the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the coffee, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Forrest. Welcome in. If you guys can hear me, please let me know. Testing 1, 2, 3. My notification went out, so hopefully the people got their notifications. Can you hear me okay, Forrest? Sound check, because I'm not sure you can hear me. Thank you. Good deal, good deal. Because I had downloaded this booster, and it messes up now when I switch between the headphones and the computer speaker, so I had to make sure it was working good. Welcome in. We're going to get started in just a second. Oh, good. Anyway, I actually feel better this morning. I feel half human today. I got up and took a hot shower, and I'm having last night's chili for breakfast. Isn't that crazy? But I really wanted it because it was good, and I was hungry. But I am here, and I'm ready. May or may not have a co-host join today. Joe's got a meeting, so he may come in a little late. But we'll see how that goes. We're going to start off today by looking at some of this expert testimony stuff that's, because it's going to be a battle of the experts in the Idaho case. And I'd been wanting to touch on that and do a show about that. So I thought, you know what, today is the perfect day to do it. So we're going to review Cy Ray's testimony during one of the hearings in the Idaho case. And we're going to take a look at Nick Ballant's testimony over in the Daybell case, because these are the two experts that are going to be, deciding what's what and who we're going to listen to. Thank you, Forrest. I do feel better. Last night was kind of weird. It's like an off and on thing all night long, but then this morning I was like, oh, I do feel better. So I'm on the back end of recovery, so that's good. But as long as the weather cooperates. I was so cold last. This darn flu's been going around pretty bad from what I hear. Teresa says that she loves the channel and she usually has to watch on the replay. Well, I hope she gets to come in. And for all you who are listening, happy Love Day, happy Valentine's Day. For all of you who celebrate this day, have a good day. I hope you get what you wanted. I hope you don't get your feelings hurt and all that good stuff that goes along with it. Yeah, so happy Valentine's Day. It's not a day that I usually do, so I kind of forgot it was the 14th. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Valentine's Day. I don't have anybody up here to talk to and chat with until people start trickling in, so it kind of feels weird. How many of you are familiar with Cy Ray? If you have heard, I know if you followed the case, you do know who I'm talking about. You may have watched his testimony. For those of you new to the case and joining in, Cy Ray is an expert that the defense has retained. He's a cell phone expert, and he testified at a preliminary hearing, and he should be called back to testify during trial, but he said some interesting things during his testimony at the hearing that made us wonder if he would be back. So we don't know at this point. We can't see the expert witness list yet. They're sealed. And I checked the docket this morning and nothing new has come down, or that we can review. Hopefully by the end of the day we do get something in the docket, because we saw those subpoenas that were issued, and we know we're waiting on the judge to make some rulings, and the Franks hearing ruling and all of that. I think a lot of people have the same conclusion that I have, that I've kind of checked out a few people. I only watch a few people when it comes to Idaho 4 anymore, or check in on what they got to say. And a few of them were wondering, like me, are these subpoenas related to the Franks hearing? Because why would you suddenly have these subpoenas if it wasn't, right? So we're going to watch a news clip about that as well. In fact, we're going to pull that up before we get into Cyray's testimony. Let me pull up my thing here for that. So I got in trouble yesterday for playing Fox 59 clip. And you know what they did when I went back and reviewed? Because remember they took us down for a minute. I went back and watched the portion, and what they did was kind of distorted it a little bit. It made it a little bit blurry, made it a little bit freezy, and I'm like, what was the point of that? It's all still there. You can hear every word they're saying, but they're kind of just like distorted. It's so weird. So it's not a strike against the channel. It's just, oh, you can't monetize this. Well, I don't care about that. So we're going to play another news piece this morning, and if I get in trouble for it, then I get in trouble for it. If not, fine. Welcome in, Truth Exposed. Including stating that his testimony could very well favor the prosecution. Exactly. And we're going to see that in his testimony. You are well versed in this case, and I can tell that every time you come in and we talk. So we are going to, let me pull this up real quick. This little news piece I wanted to play. Where'd it go? If this is it, let me make sure this is it. Okay, I'm going to pull this up. This is a piece, I guess they've been doing a little series. I caught it the other day, or I noticed it on In-Depth Part 3. I think they've got that one out now. I haven't really double checked because, it's mainstream media. But some interesting things was said in this piece. So we're going to go over this first, because this kind of sums up what's going on right now, to give everybody a good little backstory on where we are right now with the case. So let me make sure that the volume is up and all that good stuff. Okay, here we go.
Brian Kohberger moves through the courts. We look back at the heartache, the hunt for answers, and the long road to justice. Sarah Jacobson takes us through the 28 months leading up to the highly anticipated trial. I can
turn sound boost on if I
On
need
November 13th, 2022, Moscow police responded to a grisly scene at an off-campus home.
Let me know if you can hear
the
that,
four
please.
Students were found brutally stabbed to death, with authorities later confirming some had defensive wounds and were likely attacked as they slept.
They were all murdered through stabbing with some kind of probably a larger knife.
The town of Moscow, known for its tranquility, was left in fear, and the police, the community, and victims' families began a heart-wrenching journey for justice.
This is stuff that shouldn't happen, especially in a small, quiet town like Moscow is, where we're heavily involved with the university.
I never would have thought this would have happened here. A lot of people left last night, and then we were like, I know we were like one of the only ones who actually stayed here last night. My mom has called me every.
Now, I will be stopping in between to comment so we don't get in trouble, but this particular house that girl just walked out of, that is 1112, where the light bulb camera is that sees the intersection of Queen and King Road, that sees the DoorDash driver coming and going, and sees suspect vehicle 1 entering the neighborhood several times. That's who she is.
every single hour for since 7 a.m. this morning. So yeah, they want me to come home if I don't feel safe.
In the days that followed, investigators piecing together the victim's final hours. Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan had been at a local food truck after a night out, while Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle had attended a Sigma Chi party. Despite mounting pressure, police initially announced few public breakthroughs, leading to a sense of frustration in the public and those still in Moscow.
4 people were stabbed to death in their home, and to not have anyone as a suspect, I moved here because it felt safer than where I was coming from.
Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant.
It was nerve-wracking to hear them say that we are no longer totally safe, since their first comment in the beginning was that we were safe. So it was definitely a change that made a lot of my friends and I uncomfortable.
The Moscow Police Department sent out daily updates on the investigations, but many focused not only on addressing misinformation within the community, but also the spreading of lies and speculation online.
Best thing that most of people can do to help is to stop with any kind of rumors and just seek official information that comes out of the Moscow Police Department.
By early December, authorities honing in on a white Hyundai Elantra seen near the crime scene. Weeks later, on December 30th, 2022, the case took a major turn. Brian Kohberger, a PhD student at Washington State University, just 8 miles from Moscow, was arrested in Pennsylvania.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Xana, Madison, and Kaylee.
The arrest capped nearly 7 weeks of fear and frustration for the families of the 4 murdered students.
This is the first bit of joy that we've had in close to 7 weeks. We hope that they picked the right guy, and that gives us hope, and we haven't had hope for a long time.
We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners.
Investigators say DNA evidence on a knife sheath at the crime scene, along with phone and surveillance data, linked Kohberger to the murders. Kohberger was extradited to Idaho in January of 2023 and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Court documents reveal chilling details. DNA evidence, a witness account of a masked figure fleeing the scene, and alleged gaps in Kohberger's cell phone activity during the murders. Prosecutors have since announced their intent to pursue the death penalty. Prosecutors saying the killings were especially heinous, and Kohberger exhibited utter disregard for human life. Both the defense and prosecution anticipate a lengthy trial. Kohberger's defense has questioned the validity of DNA evidence and challenged Idaho's death penalty laws.
I understand the stakes in this case are as high as they can possibly be in any case, but you are professionals. You have taken oaths, both as of officers within your jurisdictions, but also as attorneys before this bar.
The case has seen its share of delays after extensive pretrial motions and a decision to move the trial out of Latah County. The trial date has been set for August 2025 in Ada County. The venue was changed after Kohberger's defense attorneys successfully argued that extensive media coverage and strong emotions in the university town would make it difficult to find an impartial jury. Judge Stephen Hippler laying out expectations for the defense and prosecuting attorneys.
So I expect at all times for you to remain civil to one another, that you not engage in personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, that you not engage in theatrics.
Now, Kohberger's defense team is pushed to have a substantial portion of the evidence against him thrown out, claiming it hinges on an unconstitutional investigative method. The process in question is investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, which uses genealogical databases to identify potential suspects through familial DNA connections. The defense argues this technique violated Kohberger's constitutional rights, setting the stage for a motion to suppress much of the case's foundation, including search warrants and physical evidence. The prosecution maintains that the investigative methods were lawful and that the use of IgG aligns with established legal precedents. Now, in late January, attorneys presented their arguments, much of which was closed to the public. The court's decision could reshape the trajectory of this case, as it may determine whether key evidence will be allowed at trial. Judge Stephen Hippler, citing concerns over preserving an impartial jury pool, has kept many details of these hearings sealed. Our legal expert helped us break down the complexities of these pre-trial arguments and their implications for the months ahead. Here's a conversation I had with attorney Ryan Black. Are you getting any sense right now on?
Now, this guy's got some interesting things to say, so my headsets aren't working. I can barely hear. I'm glad you guys can hear. I'm like struggling.
What the defense's strategy in this case might be?
Yeah. So defense right now is really going after some procedural issues, right? They're trying to see if they can take this case out of the hands of a jury a couple of different ways. They're trying to see if they can suppress evidence, right? And that means if they can succeed on this Frank's motion or this motion to suppress, and they can just erase it. It's gone. And so really what they're doing is it's a procedural way of trying to win this case before it gets to the public, before it gets to the jury.
Ryan Black says of the numerous motions Brian Kohberger's defense team has filed, there are three big ones to pay the most attention to: motion to suppress, a Frank's motion, and motion to compel, all for Judge Hippler to consider.
A Frank's motion is when defense looks at the affidavit that's been given from police to the court, and they say that there's lies in here, or he didn't tell you the whole truth, and it was reckless. He recklessly didn't tell you the whole truth. Not just there's a typo, not just you messed something up here. He knew he wasn't telling you the whole truth, and he withheld some of it. A Frank's motion in a case like this would mean that the search warrants that were written by law enforcement in order to get a lot of the evidence they got here could go away, which means the evidence that was garnered or gotten because of the search warrant could go away too.
One of the central arguments the defense is making is this investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG DNA evidence was obtained illegally by the police. Can you tell us what that IgG DNA is and what argument the defense is trying to make here?
That's a tough one because the judge has actually required both parties to seal all their arguments about this. What that means is he's concerned that if the general public is kind of made aware of the entirety of the evidence against Mr. Kohberger in this case, then it's going to be really difficult to find an impartial jury, right? Because maybe the jury will hear stuff that they shouldn't have, or stuff that the judge eventually ends up suppressing. It's going to make it really difficult to find some people that don't know very much about the case and picking somebody who can be fair. But I think it's safe to say that there is some concern about this IgG data, where it came from and how they got it. Whether they got it with a search warrant or just a subpoena, whether they got it, within the realms of what's constitutionally allowed currently, or whether this is something that's going to be a whole new question of law that hasn't been decided before. And that's going to be interesting, to say the least.
The defense says there are over 68 terabytes of discovery in this case and claims it's extremely disorganized. Black says the defense is using a motion to compel to try and see if they can get some sanctions against the prosecution team in the way they've disclosed their experts.
So the expert witness disclosure that's been made had 25 different experts in it by the prosecution, and defense has taken up issue with 22 of those. So what they're trying to do now is they're trying to tell the judge that the way that these expert witnesses have been linked to the actual catastrophic amount of data that they've got is not sufficient enough to show defense how those experts are going to be used by prosecution and where they're related to the facts. So it seems like they're asking for sanctions. Those sanctions could be anything from as little as excluding one of these experts to telling the prosecution they have to simply supplement their expert witness disclosure, or it could be as drastic as something like taking the death penalty off the case. Now, I don't see a big decision like that coming anytime soon, but that's the type of thing that it looks like the defense is asking for in this motion to compel.
What's something we should be looking out for now?
Hearing what Hippler's going to decide on any one of these three things is really interesting, right? Because the motion to suppress, the Franks motion, the motion to compel, any one of those things could drastically change the topography of this case. And so he could simply deny all three of them, but if he grants any one of these motions, it's going to be a really interesting change in the way that the case proceeds forward.
Brian Kohberger's trial is currently scheduled to begin.
Okay, that was the end of that one. I need to try to fix my headphones real quick. Let me see something. Oh, why did that thing pop up in the background? Hold on. I don't even want that up there. It's supposed to be turned off. Hold on. Get off my screen. Let me get back over here to the comments. Yeah, and the judge stated that, right? That it wasn't his DNA. They were, that's the concern as far as those databases. It is, the people who are that they search, they would have the issue with it, not him, right? So that's going to be a pointless argument, I think, as well, because IgG has been used so many times, and I think that's why this case will also kind of help set precedents going forward with IgG, or will it? You know what I mean? It depends on what the Supreme Court determines, because it is what they call an investigative tool. Just because it pointed back toward him, you can't just go arrest the guy because of it. You got to have proof of other things. And we do know there's a lot of circumstantial stuff in this case, as far as the phone, the data, all that circumstantial type stuff, until proven otherwise. Like, we don't know if they have better footage of the car. We don't know what all this cell phone data is going to actually show. We hear what it's supposed to show. Sorry, I had a notification I had to look at. Let me pull this up. I don't know why my headphones weren't working that great, but I'm also half deaf, I feel like, so maybe it's just me. Okay, so we're going to take a look first at Syray, and let me pull something up here real quick. Where'd he go? Where's my Brian Kohberger file? Well, yeah, I get that. That's part of what the issue is. If they took the profile off the sheath and then went into the database, pretended to be him, and uploaded it, I mean, what's it going to do? It's still going to come back matching to family members. You see what I'm saying? It's not like, it would be like you're searching for your ancestors. So I don't know if it would benefit them just to take that profile they had of him and upload it. Is that some of the shady stuff they do in the FBI with IgG? Because you got to remember this, like Truth said earlier, it's been used in over 600 plus cases. Nobody even minded when it caught the Golden State Killer. It's become an issue in this case, and it's going to be a Supreme Court matter. Even if the FBI went, that's what the Franks hearing is going to be about in the end, is that IgG stuff. So we'll see what the judge, what was in those documents, you know what I mean? what's it going to show as far as the FBI's work? But the FBI don't normally show their work. Anne has actually fought hard to get a lot of the FBI stuff, and she actually succeeded with some of it. So she's gotten, a pretty good jump on things. And what did she see in there? So let's pull up something on Cy here. It's called Who is Cy? If you don't know, Cy also has a crime podcast. It's not too bad. He and his wife run it. Hey, Leslie and Billy, welcome in. Good to see you. And Christina, first time here, looking forward to this. Well, thank you for joining. We're glad to have you. Let me pull up this screen here. We're going to read a little article first before we go into Cy's testimony. Let's try to get a little bit of information about him. Okay, who is Cy? Brian Kohberger turns to retired officer to prove alibi. We had a whole thing about this alibi yesterday of what it said, what it didn't say, and all that good stuff. My thing is not quite where I can see all of it. Ooh, get out of there. There we go. Okay, Brian Kohberger's defense team has hired a cell phone expert in an attempt to show that he couldn't have murdered the 4 Idaho college students. Cy, founder of ZX Corporation, is a former police officer who specializes in analyzing cell phone data files in an attempt to show that a person's cell phone could have been in a particular area. One thing to remember about Cy is Cy normally testifies for prosecutions. This, I think, would be the first time he does it for a defense. His analysis relies on the pings that a cell phone sends to a nearby cell phone tower. Oh, kind of like the FBI and their cast. Even when the user is not making a phone call. Kohberger, 29, has been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary in connection with the stabbings of Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Sandra Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20. The bodies of the 4 university students were found in an off-campus residence on November 13th, 2022. Yeah, look at that smile. Y'all getting somewhere. Kohberger has maintained his innocence in the case, previously standing silent during his arraignment. Now, that standing silent deal, that's a thing in Idaho. Lori Vallow stood silent. Skylar Meade, an absolute cold-blooded murderer represented by Ann Taylor, stood silent with her standing right beside him. So it is a thing in Idaho. In Florida, it's called no contest, right? So everybody, when that first happened, they're like, oh, look, he's standing silent. He didn't do anything. Well, if you look at enough cases, especially in Idaho, you'll see it is an actual thing. Well, thank you, Leslie and Billy. You know what? I don't really celebrate Valentine's Day. It's just a day to me, and it's like my freedom day because I am no longer married, but haven't been for years. But I treated myself to a little package, like, womanly self-care love thing the other day, or a few weeks ago, and it came today. I guess it came yesterday, but my son checked the mail this morning before he took off of work, and I was like, oh, look, I sent myself a Valentine's present, and I got it today. So, yeah. But thank you, hun. I hope all you guys have a great Valentine's Day. Love on your loved one. I don't hate on love. I just don't need it for me. But you guys who have it, go for it. Relish in it, hang on to it. If you got a good one, hang on to it and treat each other well. Okay, enough of that. I'm not no marriage counselor. God knows I'm not. Kohberger has maintained his innocence in the case, previously standing silent during his arraignment. Judge John Judge, yes, that was his name, who is overseeing the case, entered a not guilty plea for each charge against him in response. Now, we now know that this has been transferred from Judge Judge's courtroom over to Ada County to Hippler's. Newsweek saw email comment on Thursday from Ray and Kohberger's attorney. A defense document filed in court on Wednesday states that Kohberger did told his defense team he was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, as he often did to hike and run or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, west of Moscow, including Wawawi Park. I'm so curious about what's in Wawawi Park, what got left there. Phone in a Faraday bag, so it looks like I'm there the whole time. I'm just speculating and kind of being a smart ass because, I don't know if the guy did it or not. But if he did, I would be searching some Wawawi Park, high and low. Okay, left here, Cy-Ray, and of course we know Brian on the right. The document adds that Cy-Ray will testify that cell tower records show that Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on the 13th of November. The Brian Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early mornings of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on the video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. We've heard so much about Floyd's cannabis shop, but what if you drove down to Wawawi, you dropped your phone off, you turn around and went back the other direction, then that could be your car on that camera. And I'm speculating, guys. I got the banner up. We theorize and we speculate here. And if you guys disagree with me, that's perfectly fine. You can even put it in chat. I'm not that girl. We're good to go. And okay. So, according to a profile on Maritalk, a news site that specializes in new government technology, contracts, Cy-Ray spent 20 years in law enforcement, where he spent time as a SWAT operator, homicide sergeant, and directing fugitive missions. Some of his work has been featured in several episodes of 48 Hours 2020 and the Discovery Channel and Dateline, showcasing his investigative and technological expertise. Cy spent time in Afghanistan as a field advisor for an undercover team targeting improvised explosive devices, IEDs. He set up ZX in 2014, and it has worked in both radio frequency and cell phone tower data. The company was purchased by LexisNexis in 2021. His accomplishments include engineering RF drone detection sensors used by the NFL at the 2015 Super Bowl, and engineering RF tracking and security technology for law enforcement and military applications. The Maritalk profile states he lives with his family in a ranch in southern Arizona. Joe! And co-hosts a true crime podcast called Socialite Crime Club. And you guys can find Socialite Crime Club on YouTube if you're interested to go check the guy out. He's not a bad guy. I mean, I've watched the podcast a few times. It's just kind of like a boring little podcast, but got some good stuff in it, true crime stuff. But there's also been other articles out there about Cy-Ray's. Oh, goodness, they mentioned Mercy, my girl, in this article. She is a defense attorney on Twitter. Mercy and I have a good relationship on Twitter, but she goes hard for some Kohberger innocence. She will fight. I'm surprised she's not his defense attorney. Attorney Mercy Wright noted his expertise on social media in a social media post Thursday. Writing on X, formerly Twitter, she noted that one judge repeatedly stated a ruling that Ray makes a compelling witness. In January of 2021, Ray testified as a prosecution witness in the case of Daniel Wood, who was on trial for the May 2nd, 2018 murder of her ex-boyfriend, Matt Lafreniere. I don't know, whatever. I've been sick, y'all. You just bear with me. With whom she was locked in a child custody battle. Ray was hired to show the movements of a phone that prosecutors say was used in the murder. Former Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Warden Mike Feigley, who is employed by Ray in Montana? I got so many questions about Montana, Lolo Mountains. Oh my goodness. Now they made me want to go down a rabbit hole. Okay, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks Warden Mike Feigley, who is employed by Ray, also gave evidence according to a report in the Clark Fork Valley Press newspaper in Montana. Wood was convicted later that month in March of 2021. She was jailed for 100 years without the possibility of parole. Wow. Ooh. Okay, that's the end of that. Now, let me pull this down. Let me catch up with chat here. Oh, y'all know what? Joe's been showing y'all cute videos of his dog Charlie. And I want you to know, I have an outside cat. I call her Pole Barn Kitty. My grandson calls her Banana Pudding. This cat climbs up the past 2 days, and she's doing it right now. If I could show you guys, I would. But for the past 2 days, she has climbed up the side of the house to my window screen, trying to get in my room with me. And I have an inside cat who's like, you better get out of here. Like, poor thing, just wants some loving, but I always go outside and hang out with it and with her. She's a little feral cat. She lives in a little cush house in my pole barn, and I go out there and spend time with her. But it just tripped me out because my window's cracked open. I look over, I hear a noise, and there's that cat again trying to get in. My son's like, she's gonna tear out my screen. Well, baby, we'll replace it. It's your cat. Y'all kept it. Okay. They were good until CODIS, but through the database, they needed a warrant. For the DNA database search to build the tree, that depends. It depends on what they used. If they used GEDmatch, they did not. If they went through the back door and used other places, then yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. And if you watch CC Moore explain it, I'm legally. I mean, they legally did it in the Golden State Killer case. It's just that they're not supposed to go. And I agree with you guys. Now, don't get me wrong. Even if he's guilty of sin, the FBI doing shady shit is not acceptable because they can do it to all of us, right? We all know that they do shady stuff. And they're not going to tell us what they do and how they do it and all their methods. But that's why Ann kept requesting supplemental security, supplemental discovery stuff, because and really wanted those subpoenas from the FBI because she wanted to see all of that communication, not just your report and your final cash report, but I want your emails, I want your notes, I want all of the things, so she can see how they were communicating with one another and developing what they were developing. And she spoke about that in the last hearing. Let me pull up something else on Cy. Cy has never testified on defense side. No, he usually testifies for the prosecution. And there has been a couple of cases, or there was at least one case where Cy Ray's little tracks, I'm going to show it to you guys. It wasn't even allowed in court because at the time it wasn't peer reviewed and all of that, because to be an expert and testify in court, you have to put down your credentials and all the things and what you will testify to. And some of his stuff was kept out of court. But that doesn't mean, and remember, the company was sold. We just read that. So will it make a, here we go. Let me pull this up real quick and we'll just take a quick look at this. Give you guys an idea. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy and he's wrong and all that good stuff. I'm just showing you what's out there. This is like receipts of what's out there. And that new stuff seems to be working. I'm sleeping real good. What new stuff did you try? Yep. We're going to get to that. Oh, good morning, Joe. Thanks for popping in. I know you've had a busy morning. Okay, so this is, remember, the Trax was the company that Cy developed. Trax excluded from Colorado courtroom. And I don't remember what year this, 2022. Okay, so this was just Colorado versus Jones in 2022. Not that long ago. Same year the crimes happened in Idaho. Mark Pfaff with RMCF testified in a Shrek Colorado's version of a Daubert hearing. Daubert hearing is to establish whether or not your expert is peer reviewed and if what they're going to bring in is credible, right? Okay, so they had their version of a Daubert hearing, which led to a court order excluding historical at trial. Quotes from this court order include, "Trax isn't reliable. The court doesn't find Syray credible. It's complete unscientific. They've been routinely labeled as junk science in the relevant scientific community. The line is that Syray isn't credible. Trax methods simply haven't been accepted as reliable. According to this court order, the Trax software is not reliable, its methodology is not based in science, and its creator, Syray, not credible. However, Trax continues to be used by a few law enforcement agencies and presented to juries in criminal trials as based on science." Read Sy's actual testimony. Yeah, for real? Okay. Well, we're not going to click on that yet. Is it inappropriate to state, suggest, or present to a jury any form of estimated coverage area for a cell detector, even when multiple driving tests? We're going to hear about some drive tests when we hear Nick Balance speak. Even when multiple driving tests have been conducted, the results are not reliable, predicting coverage area past and future as tower antenna configurations change daily. Drive tests are only useful in estimating coverage area at the time of the test. The more days that transpire since the more unreliable the results. It should be noted, some driving test systems speculate coverage area, adding even more uncertainty to their results. And we're going to hear Nick Balance explain how the FBI does their drive tests and what the device they use and the caliber, all of that. We'll hear all that in a little bit. Welcome in, Pokemon. Tinsel, TQ, Texas Ranger, all you guys, welcome on in. Okay, so based on his experience and training, it is Mark's opinion that Trax software generates unrealistic and inaccurate coverage area, which suggests mobile devices are within specific shaded areas. One shape fits all methodology for coverage area has been shown not to be accurate based in science. We're not going to go through all the publications and all that good stuff, but I just wanted to give a little backstory there on, the fact that has been brought up before with Sy's work. Now, we know he sold the company and all that good stuff, but what does that mean? Has his techniques improved? We're going to, I think that was it as far as reading in articles and about him. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, we did that. Yep. Okay. All right. So now let me pull up my YouTube and good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me, Joe?
Yes, I can hear you. I didn't realize you pulled me up.
Yeah, you were backstage. I was like, oh, look, it's backstage. It was weird because when I first started this show, it was kind of, how it starts out. And I'm like, this is weird. I've got nobody up here to talk to while we wait on people to come in. So I was just chatting away with Forrest in the chat. We were the only ones here at the moment. So,
I talk to myself. I talk to myself quite often. I do.
I do too, right? You got to talk to somebody with some sense, right? That's what my mom always said. There's so many things she used to say when I was a kid. I'm like, what the hell does that even mean? Now I get it.
Yeah.
Like she'd be like, people in hell want ice water. And I'm like, well, they shouldn't have went to hell. That's their fault, not mine. And I catch myself saying some of that goofy stuff to my grandbaby, and he looks at me all funny. He's like, he shakes his head. Grandma, you're crazy. You're crazy lady.
Yeah, I felt that way after my my work call this morning. A banker, a lender, an associate, and two people who didn't know what the heck they were doing. So it was 30 minutes of frustration. But we got through it. We worked through it. We're all good now.
Banker and a lender not knowing what they're doing is never a good thing, is it?
Right.
Wow. Okay. Oh, I forgot size testimonies saved my bookmarks, not on my YouTube. Duh. That's all right. Let me pull it up. So we're gonna watch Cyray's testimony that he gave. Was it last year in the Idaho 4 case during the hearing? And you guys can hear for yourselves exactly what the guy said. Okay, let me get this up. Get this other bull out of the way. Okay, let's share my screen. Now, I was having a hard time hearing it on my headphones because I think that booster thing I downloaded's got me a little bit messed up, and I don't really like it, so I'm going to undo that later. But they said they could hear it fine in chat, so if you guys cannot hear it, please let me know as we... Okay, so this is Cyray's testimony in the hearing.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the penalty of perjury? I do. Right. Thank you, so you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last.
Yes. We good.
Awesome.
I, Ray, R-A-Y. Yes, sir. Ms. Taylor. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Will you tell us what you do? I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you, by consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you?
Yeah, Christine, we didn't say, I don't know if he's still on or off. If you've got some kind of receipt showing he's actually still on, because we can't see the witness expert list yet. They're sealed. Now, we don't know if he's still there or not, honestly. I'm assuming he still is, unless he reserved the right to change his mind later, like he says in this hearing.
That's true. I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there was working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators. and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile. It's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically track the phones. It's in a courtroom, it's in a bedroom, wherever it may be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing, engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, and how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to, we're about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. It's very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find the phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department, and I started a company called ZETX, Z-E-T-X. And we offered a couple different things. So we had the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they mean, what type of records to obtain.
40-hour training to look at cell phone records and understand what they mean, and they got a problem with Maori interpreting the FBI's data. Apparently you don't require a lot of training to be able to do that. He just said it himself. That's crazy to me.
We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis, and I've lost count. Thousands and thousands of cases. Company in 2021, at that time around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of a crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no.
Yeah. He said he hadn't ever written the AT&T, but Nick Balance helped him write that warrant, he said. So, does that matter? We'll see.
Cost. We ate all of the costs. So we paid for the scanners. Initially we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is
So Mowry allegedly did some basic training that law enforcement would do in the cell phone data. I have it somewhere, but I don't know exactly where I had the information, but we'll try to get it up.
We actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site in the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020.
Yeah, I get it, Tinsel, and that's the thing when about the interpretation. I even says, because he knows Nick Balance and he used to work with him, he doesn't dispute Nick Balance's work, but he does dispute Mowry's interpretation of the work. That's the key point.
Pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, R-O-H-D-E, and Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI CAS team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density, is what is the general term for it, and it's now a feature in the CAS BIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We had about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, improving it. So another several hundred hours there. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, of going out and finding a phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you specific number, but that would be the backdrop.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of thing.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training about.
Okay, you guys heard him say he was going to work with the United States on a cell site simulator. Y'all know what that is? Let me read you what it is. A cell site simulator, also known as a stingray, which we talked about this stingray a year ago in a Twitter space with Sleuthy Goosey and a few others. Stingray, or IMSI Catcher, is a device that tricks nearby phones into sharing information with it. So your government continues to spy on you. Law enforcement uses cell site simulators to locate people and devices. The simulator acts like a cell tower and tricks nearby phones into connecting to it. Trickery. Got your trickery going on.
Other officers to do this work and to use your program. Have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I can't. I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
That's your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records and to analyze the data, do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for defense.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Kohberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data. At this point, still focused primarily on Mr. Kohberger's device, ultimately all devices, but any geolocation data, which is the ability to look.
Ultimately, all of his devices. You weren't looking at computers and laptops, Si. You're looking at phones. All of his devices. And we were all speculating he's got 2 phones. We see it in the documents. Interesting.
Well, okay, so I have a question about Si. Is he pretty much self-taught in his industry? Like he doesn't have a lot of education and stuff? He just like invented these things that he provides to police departments? So
yeah, he said he self-taught himself to computer program.
Right. So, there's nothing wrong with that. That is highly commendable, but it also, I think, opens the door for him to be not necessarily impeached, but definitely for his credentials to be questioned on cross.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. And I think whatever got him excluded from the Colorado case, whatever that was, unreliable his programs and stuff were, I'm assuming that's all been upgraded now. And yeah, danger, I got 3 phones, so I get it, but I'm not, we need to know what phones. Heuermann had 15 cell phones, so yeah, Joe, his credibility, normally he testified for prosecutions, right? So at some point he did become more legit than before as far as his work and his testimonies and his equipment use, all those things. So and he is supposed to use this to prove that Brian Kohberger was nowhere near that house. But yeah, his credibility is kind of sketchy. Wish they would unseal those witness lists, because I like to look at the witness list, you know what I mean, and see who's going to do what. But I guess I get it with their little got to keep shit close to the vest stuff.
I don't get it. Not with witness lists.
No, me neither. Me neither. Really, I don't.
With actual evidentiary exhibits, okay, I get those being sealed, but with a witness list, how can that taint the jury?
Exactly. It's not. We're going to sit. The only ones who are going to care are those of us on YouTube, True Crimeman. We're going to be the ones looking up those expert witnesses, right? Mainstream media might and take it to their viewers, but what will it matter? Because when we look at this case and if we're honest about it, it's going to come down to expert testimony, just like it did in the Casey Anthony trial. Who are we going to believe? Who's the more credible witness? We review side here. We're going to go review a little bit of Nick Balance and see what he, and just to compare the two, because do know Nick Balance has been brought up in documents in Idaho. He worked the case. He was the go-to guy for the team there in Moscow. So I will not be surprised if Nick testifies for the state, because that's what he does. And he's really good at testifying. So, who's going to be the better of the him or Cy Ray? We'll have to wait and see. I was just catching up on chat. Yeah, Pokemon, I got 3 phones, but one of them belongs to my kid. And I keep forgetting I have the other one. It's like laying over here incognito in the drawer. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I got that other phone. But I hardly ever use it.
I
happened to get an extra with my account, so I took it.
I haven't had an Apple phone for 13 years, 14 years. I had one like 13, 14 years ago, and I've been Android ever since. But I just learned last night that Apple phones have LiDAR capability. And I'm like, dude, I may need to get me one of those. I may need to trade in my Android and give me an Apple phone for their LiDAR capability. They can create 3D models from their camera. It's crazy.
Okay, well, I own one of the baddest Samsungs out right now, and they surely can mock that, because I will never switch to Apple. Or soon. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's my little mini computer. I do so much with that phone. But yeah, all my kids all have iPhones. I'm the only oddball out. But that's a cool feature to have, isn't it? Sorry. Well,
that is.
Welcome in, Frank. I'm up on the chat here.
You sound like you need some chicken noodle soup, some homemade chicken noodle soup.
You know what? I had some the other day, but last night when my son got home from work, I talked to him earlier, or I messaged him. I said, "You gonna make me your homemade chili tonight?" He's like, "Yeah, that's fine." Meat. And as soon as I was asleep when he got home, and I could smell it cooking. I woke up and I ate a bowl. And it was good, but my appetite was kind of coming back. You know what I mean? And so this morning, right before I went live, I had another bowl of that chili, and it was so good.
Oh, it's so much better the second day, and even the third day.
Yes,
it's so much better. Yeah.
But I am feeling much better today. I may not sound like it, but I actually was able to get up this morning, take that hot shower. I tried to have a cup of hot coffee, and it just didn't sit well, so I got my cold coffee instead. But yeah, I am feeling much better though. I'm definitely on the back end of the flu. That's for sure.
That's good. That's good.
Yes. And the grandbaby, like I said, he went back to school yesterday, so we're doing a lot better.
You know, when you go back to school after a couple of days off, though, you're like, in that first couple of hours, you're like, I think I want to go report to the nurse that I'm still sick. I want to go back home.
Yeah, he knows that happens. He don't want grandma to come to that school. Nana's, and in fact, the other day, I think like 2 weeks ago, my son said that he went to the clinic and something about one check out, and he ended up going back to class, but his Nana told my son, yeah, well, if I go get him, I'm taking him to grandma. I'm like, no, you're not. Y'all the ones that spoil him to no end. He can get away with everything. You keep him if you go get him. I'll be bringing him to me. I'm not the bad guy. I don't like y'all all making me be the bad guy in that baby's life. That's not right. Yeah, right, Texas. Do you know, for years I bought throwaway phones, right? $150, disposable phone. Keep them 2 years, get rid of them. And then I bought my kid at 16 an iPhone for his birthday. And then I had an offer to get my Samsung. And I was like, you know what? I really want a badass camera, so I'm doing it. And I bit the bullet and I did it. It didn't quite cost me $1,500, but it cost me. And yeah, I love it though. I wouldn't. I don't. Yeah, I love that phone. So let's get testimony here.
At a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant, when it's moving, when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on, those type of things. But specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensics digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata.
Say what? He's not looking at the metadata. He's not a cell phone extraction guy. So what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
What the hell? I forgot he said all that.
The metadata on the phone, I'm looking at it very much as a network tool.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's going to tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not going to look at the data from the phone like photographs, but you're going to tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe a phone went, where it traveled, how it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate. Or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out.
Eventually I'll get back to that data you're talking about. So you're meaning that you're going to say, okay, you got a video footage of this white suspect vehicle near Floyd's cannabis, but I'm going to tell y'all the phone's over here in the other direction. Dude, you're kind of confusing a little bit.
Extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, but you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing, and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a site of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Kohberger?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report AU as an atom union. I have identified the report CT as in Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locabor, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some ping data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you
Ping data from December, for the most part, that's what he's looked at so far. What about November? When it mattered? That's a weird statement.
Looked at 2 separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022.
I have.
Okay, so I guess he was referring to the fact that he reviewed the warrants in December that were returned from the no searches. Okay.
Well, my impression of him, just as a professional expert witness, is he comes off as a little bit unprofessional. I'm not gonna lie, he comes off as just a little bit unprofessional.
Somebody else thought that, and well, that he came across as a know-it-all. Oh, I know he didn't access to everything yet, Frank. He says that. That's why he says he reserves the right to change his mind later. Trust me, y'all. I know all that was said, and I appreciate the feedback. Yes, he didn't, look at all of it yet. But if you listened closely to the things that he does say, I'm not discounting him as a witness, or I won't have a complete mind made up about him until I see him testify in court. Right? How good are you going to be on that witness stand? How convincing are you going to be? How can you disprove what FBI Cass is going to tell me? And I don't put 1,000% in FBI Cass either, but it's pretty good work FBI Cass did. We read an article about that, about the Colorado case. So yeah, this like we're on 50 on side still. We're kind of trying to figure this guy out. But he just says interesting things to me. The way he comes up with his methodology on what he's doing here. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. He has also been allowed he has been allowed as an expert after not being allowed. So, and like I said, he has testified prosecutions most of the time. This is like the first time doing anything with the defense. Was he the only one willing to bite when Ann reached out? I don't know.
Your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon?
Yes. Where'd it go? I can't help myself. I'm a people watcher. I don't really do the body language stuff because to me people put way too much into that. But I'm watching those facial expressions. They mean a lot, don't they? Uh-oh. Stop it.
To have 2 warrants, one that relies on the content of the first in the same day.
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
The first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that be?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours, and that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something?
Didn't he say earlier he didn't do CDL? Didn't do that? Like I could have sworn he said that he didn't do that kind of stuff.
I missed that.
Oh, okay.
I totally missed that.
You would have to use some type of a mapping platform, software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file, you would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy. Because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
And that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program. What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locabor, it's LOCABR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download it.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI
Hold on.
Yep.
Did he just accuse a law enforcement officer of misusing something?
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Let's see here.
That was just like 30 seconds to a minute ago at the most.
Search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy. Because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
And that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locabor, LOCAVR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file that typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download it.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within the 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the.
See, that's what I've been saying. They are not questioning the CAST report itself. They're questioning the interpretation of the local Moscow Police Department of the data they received. And did they do it thoroughly enough? You know, that's what, what they've been saying. And so, yeah.
FBI CAST team producing a CAST draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAST work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you request search warrant and affidavit? Did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data.
2022. Did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
All right. And in May of 2023, but how's it different to May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd, but there was also a real-time PIN register that was added that extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real-time PIN register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register or trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as ping data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might to locate where Mr. Kohberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of a delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you can get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Kohberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Kohberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person is at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it 1,000 times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CAST-BIZ program.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the CAST-BIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and then we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CAST-BIZ reports several dozen times, maybe 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that you have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CAST-BIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I had never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably going to have to look at those if you're going to ask me questions on those. But State's 48, I'm pretty familiar with.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as states are, just my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CASVIZ to create that.
So when I open the CASVIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is in electronic format, typically a text file, that the CASVIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would read a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region.
Damn, they brought up Montana again. Just can't let go of Montana.
Well, and he can't even get his geographic regions figured out, though. He's just like stumbling over his words. He's using way too much slang. I'm not a huge fan of this guy as an expert witness. Like if I'm sitting on the jury, I'm not giving him a whole lot of credibility if I'm sitting on the jury.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard call with this guy. I mean, I've only seen him never seen him testify in other trials. I didn't look at any of that stuff, just this here or this hearing. And it was, to me, kind of sketchy and, well, this could be, and well, that could be, and this could be in there, and that could be in there, and this is how it should be interpreted and all these things. But they keep bringing up damn Montana. Lolo Mountains. Was there a search in the Lolo Mountains? When we look at this return of the search warrant from the Pennsylvania home of Brian Kohberger, they took something called a letter from Montana. Now, I know there is somebody out there who has told me he had a friend named Montana. That was her first name. But I'm not so sure that has anything to do with it. I want to know why they took that from the home in the search warrant stuff, because you got to take particular things, but it damn well clearly says letter from Montana. And then we keep hearing Montana, and Montana is right across the Idaho line. So are the Lolo Mountains, and we will be probably doing that on Sunday, is to tell y'all why I'm kind of a little bit obsessed with the Lolo Mountains.
Yeah, Texas Ranger, that's a good point. He's a self-made man, and like I said before, there's nothing wrong with that. That's very admirable. But I'm also a self-made man, and in my profession, I have actually testified as an expert witness exactly one time. And I made sure when I was testifying that I used very explicitly technical terms, and I was very precise and accurate in my testimony. And I didn't do any hedging. I didn't do, well, it could be this or it could be that. And, I messed up and I said this and I should have said that. Did none of that. Like, I thought about my testimony before I said it. And your attorney that represents you personally when you're an expert witness will tell you, if you're not sure about an answer, take a moment, pause, take a drink of your bottle of water, and then come up with a very precise and accurate answer. And this guy is just like, he's like slinging it. Like he's slinging this stuff out there, and he's just like going very he's a little too casual for me. I guess that's the way to summarize it. He's just a little too casual for me as an expert witness. That doesn't mean that he's wrong. That doesn't mean that what he's testifying to is incorrect. It's just his overall impression to me as an expert witness is not impressive to me.
Not as impressive as Nick Balance. And if we don't think Nick Balance didn't help Mowry every step of the way, we might, why wouldn't he if Mowry was not? If all he did was take what Cast gave him and then upload that into the Viz, which they have talked about in previous, when Mowry testified, it was obvious they were trying to say he misinterpreted the data he had received from Nick Balance. And, a lot of us have wondered, especially those on the, because I'm 50-50 on guilt or innocence. I'm not even going to call that. But the people who are on the innocent side Why take the phone? Blah, blah, blah. Well, I always assumed if he's the guy and he's as book smart as they say he is, he took it for a reason. I couldn't figure out what that reason was. Did he turn it off? Did he leave it somewhere? Because it would have been too easy to leave it by the bed and say, hey, I drove off from my drive, forgot the phone, was too far from home, didn't go back to get it. She said in that alibi, and I know the alibi is to try to state that he was out of range for those 2 hours only, but she said he drove to Wawa-Wee Park. Did you leave your phone in a Faraday bag at the Wawa-Wee Park so it would look like you're right there the whole time? And then you turn around and went back toward the Moscow-Pullman Highway, and that's when your car started being seen? I don't know. I got to go through the timeline very carefully again. But there was a reason he took the phone. This guy studied forensic data. You know, that was part of his jam. That's what he wanted to help the Pullman Police Department interpret and help them with. Small rural police departments learn how to use this big-time data stuff. So he knew, if this is the guy, he knew exactly what he was doing with that phone, but it's going to be so curious to me how that plays out. But if you look at the PCA, because it's kind of scattery, and you to put 2 columns, phone pings on left side, car sighting on right, they match up. Every time there's a phone ping, there's the car. Phone ping, there's the car, until that phone goes offline for 2 hours, and then mysteriously comes back on as it's headed out of town, right? So I'm just saying there's a lot of circumstantial evidence against this guy, and if this is his only way out,
But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrants relating to Mr. Kohberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CASVIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make...
We read the alibi yesterday. We'll read it again. Yes, she did say he rode, including Wawa-Wee Park, in the past and the present. You know, because his nighttime runs and jogs tapered off as the weather got colder, and he just began to drive around more.
The record really clear in what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CASVIZ program offers 2 styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage...
Z's, I didn't mean card data. What I meant by is in the PC. If you're talking the PCA tells you where cameras spotted suspect vehicle 1. I'm not calling it Kohberger's car. I'm going to call it what it was, suspect vehicle 1. But if you look at where the phone pings hit, and you look at the time, and then you look at where the location allegedly spotted a white sedan, they match.
Coverage areas in the CASVIZ program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see 3 different sectors. 2 of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list was used.
And why are they different sizes? Mind again, please.
Cell tower density. We see a great big sector right in the middle of this map, and I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. not a lot of cell towers out there. So one tower covers a very large area. Then the other two are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers, the coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mowry in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mowry stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CASBIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CASBIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CASBIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CASBIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mowry. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where this software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you would probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex, we would need the exact AT&T tower list that Mowry used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
Okay.
They've never said they have his license plates captured anywhere. They've said they haven't. So misconstrued, in his last trial, you mean hearing? Yeah, we've known since the PCA that they apparently don't have his license plate on video that we know of. No, they don't put everything in the PCA. Now, as the investigation continued and they reviewed more and more footage, did they get it eventually? We don't know yet.
Why would the results be different given the month of the video?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites, so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use. We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's unheard of, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the CAST draft. Have you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor. The CAST report
draft.
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the court reporter a break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably sufficient.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so. If the court wants to do a break, we can,
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in.
Judge is like, I've had a damn enough.
I've had enough too. Like, no, nobody says best practices 101. Like he's trying to hype himself up and make himself be more of an expert than he actually is. Like no true professional uses that phrasing. That's totally unprofessional. It's totally lame. You use specific metrics to tell what your level of certainty or uncertainty is.
And I think it also is trying to throw, and that's what I'm getting out of it, is there, cast. So if cast reports aren't wrong and Mowry's interpretation is wrong, well, let's just scrap his bullshit and go on straight to the cast. It's a problem solved, and I don't know what's going on here, but it is very interesting because side, tell her in the end that he reserves the right to change his mind in this case as he sees more. At the time of this hearing, he had only seen AT&T stuff, right? He hadn't even seen a whole lot of it. He hadn't seen half of what was coming. So what has he seen since then, and how much and what does he still believe? You know what I mean? Let me take this down, and I'm going to try to, I'm going to get him past that break. I don't know how much longer of that we'll listen to, but I did want to get to the part where he said he reserved his right to change his mind later. But you guys, the conversation's great. Mowry used cast twins. Yeah. I mean, like I said, though, if they think Mowry's interpretation of what Cass did is so wrong, don't use it. Use the actual Cass. Get Nick in there and bring it on. Even Cy said that he didn't doubt or dispute the work of Nick Valance, somebody he used to work with. So you got to really pay attention with this case, because shit gets super crazy with this case so fast. I mean, way worse than Delphi did, in my opinion, because there was so much crazy stuff around this case that I can't even anymore with any of it. Like, you bring me receipts if you want to bring me an alternate story or anything alternate, bring it, but you need to come with some sort of receipt because it's a little old. But yeah, if you think your guy interpreted everything wrong and that's the basis of what we're talking about here, then let's scrap it and bring on the real shit. That's what I say. Because if this is the guy, let's not fool ourselves. If this guy did what he is accused of doing, he deserves everything he's about to get. But if he didn't do it, he deserves to be exonerated like he said he would be. And I'm not that channel where every case I cover, the suspect is being done wrong, mishandled, mistreated, conspiracy theories against him. I'm not that channel. I base it out of court documents, just like I did Idaho. So it is what it is. I cannot be a conspiracy channel. I won't.
The conspiracies in this, the nexuses, is that the plural for nexus? the nexuses in this for third-party conspiracies is way weaker than Delphi. So I'm glad that we've arrived at that conclusion, that we haven't really seen anything from the defense that comes anywhere near a nexus for third parties. I mean, we've seen the food truck videos, and we've seen
Ann's not bringing up third parties, people. Not even
Yeah.
in her Frank's motion. Her Frank's motion don't got nothing to do with third party nexuses, none of that bullshit like in Delphi. And I don't mean to get salty, but I've been sick. But what she brought up in the Frank's hearing is fruit of the poison tree warrant stuff, search warrant stuff. You know, not Tom, Dick, and Harry from the frat house did it. Not Dylan did it and cleaned up afterwards. She's not bringing any of that forward. So we can just, I don't have any of that in my head. There is no third party nexus. Ann's not going that route. She's going, y'all got your search warrants illegally on my client, you know, and FBI will, or at least has not provided their work. They have provided some of her work. I've seen subpoenas from Judge to turn over to the FBI. She finally stood up in court one day and said, I have everything on the car. I now have everything on the cast. So as discovery continues, she wants more, the state provides more, she wants more. That's where all your discovery stuff continues to come into play. She's got as much as the FBI is willing to give her, and Nick Balance will testify on the behalf of the state. Why wouldn't he? He testified for in the Daybell and Vallow cases. You know, I don't know why he wouldn't testify here. It makes no sense just to rely on Mowry, especially if they're going to try to throw him under the bus and he did this and that wrong. Nick can come back and counteract that if he can. So that's just, you know, where we're going to have to go with that. Let me look at the chat here. He doesn't like to speak bad about Nick Balance because he knows he can't. There's nothing bad he can say about that guy or that guy's work, right? So we'll see how it plays out. But remember, a lot of the discovery stuff wasn't exactly like, oh, the state's got all this evidence against Kohberger and they won't turn it to her. She was literally fighting the FBI. And Ann Taylor's one of the only attorneys successful enough to do just that. You got to keep that stuff in mind.
And you got to wonder, since she doesn't agree with everything the Idaho Supreme Court says, if she's going to fight the Idaho Supreme Court at some point too.
Yeah, DB, if they don't call Nick Balance, does that mean I think, oh my God, they have fucked up and he's not the guy? No. I still need to wait to trial to see what these different experts are going to present to me. Because I know this is a circumstantial case, except for that DNA on that sheath. Y'all think if I speed her up, it'll be too much? Y'all want to try? Because to me, it's kind of low, but I'm also kind of deaf. And I'm, whoa. There I went to go put us to sleep again. I almost did it again. I was like, it was time to take a nap. Okay, we're going to go up to here. All right, let's go with it. So why would y'all think that Nick Balance didn't do a lot of work in this case when he did in Vallow and Daybell's case? Was he like, oh, you know what, I'm starting my report here and this is the wrong guy, y'all have at it? Because they never left the case like they did in Delphi. They weren't kicked out like they were in Delphi. Not these particular agents, but you know what I'm saying. So I'm trying to follow the logic of why we think Nick didn't do a lot of work. Because literally they did. And fought hard to get all the work that they did do.
Are you still with us, Salty?
Yeah. Am I
Okay.
with y'all?
You went kind of quiet there for a minute. I was getting worried.
Can y'all hear the court hearing though?
No, I can't hear it.
Oh, it's playing. Oh, the screen's not up. Shit. Joe, my cold meds kicked in, dude. Hold on. I'm so sorry, guys. Damn it, man. Okay, here
That
we
happened
go.
to me yesterday. I couldn't figure it out.
Thank God I have backup.
What I read.
And is that because the cast draft report spans from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent McNevins?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the cast draft report did not come from the report AU. There's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated.
So I want to ask one question. I know in the PCA, the pictured map they put out is so disgusting we can't even like see it. But are y'all saying they don't have his car anywhere at all, or a suspect vehicle 1 light colored sedan anywhere at all, or they're misinterpreting that's the wrong car, period? You know what I mean? I try to follow the logic because I do want to remain with an open mind. And so I'm 50. I will not declare this man innocent or guilty either damn way until we get to trial, because I haven't seen any of the prosecution's actual evidence except for Leland Lane footage, where there's definitely a light-colored sedan circling its prey on the left-hand side of that screen. Everybody wanted to ignore and focus on a damn truck. Well, you know, Dylan jumping in with Kaylee's dog, which didn't happen. There was a running man who I thought ran from an apartment, maybe was on a booty call, needed to get home for the old lady woke up, or was headed to work. That's the only thing nefarious you see on it. Other than that, you see a white sedan circling its prey, going behind the building at 408 and cutting its lights off. Who's in that car and what kind of car it is, I cannot tell you. Now, is it Kohberger's car? We don't know. But there's multiple camera sightings of that car headed toward Moscow, and they match. So I just try to follow y'all's logic too. I mean, I get people think he's the wrong guy and they did it backwards and they got it wrong, but I just don't see it that way yet. And I've tried to get there, and I've tried to go down all the alternate scenario people and all the rabbit holes. I've went down all of them. Damn near died in a couple of them.
I'm not anywhere near as familiar with this case as you are and as a bunch of other people are. But we've watched the video footage of that white car circling, or that light-colored sedan, if you will, circling that block.
Yep.
Multiple times. So that was bad guy, and it's kind of like bridge guy in Delphi. Like,
yes.
do we know if that guy is Brian Kohberger? Do we know if bridge guy was Richard Allen? We don't know for sure. But the jury was convinced of it.
Well, the difference is there's only one footage of Bridge Guy. There's multiple car footages of this car, but how good are they, right? And Ann said you relied on the Ridge Road camera to finally make that determination on what year they were looking for. And she said it was going the wrong way on Ridge. Walenta is Ridge Road. Did he drive down it, turn around, and go back down it? Because you can certainly see the house from Walenta Road. You can see especially in the fall or in the winter, like it was. I showed JLR's video the other day, and he drove right down that back road, Walenta, and you could clearly see the entire house. If lights were on, if lights were off. Why, if you're stalking somebody in that moment, not like, oh my God, he was stalking them forever, but that particular night, and you're waiting on lights to go off, and you're waiting on this and that circle was perfect to do it. And Ridge Road captured that car at some point, and that's when they determined what year that car was. But they didn't have to even put that information out there. They knew what they were looking for, and how much more did they know that we didn't know? There's going to be more footage of that car. Ann has talked about the multiple cameras of that car, but she keeps saying they got the wrong car, right? So we don't know yet. At least we have footage of a car here. Unlike Delphi, we had a screenshot of an alleged camera car, but we never saw it. We haven't seen that exhibit yet.
Right, but it's similar in this case, where in that Hoosier Harvester video, you couldn't see the driver, you couldn't see a license plate, you couldn't see a VIN number, obviously. The only thing they could see is quote unquote daylight through the spokes in the wheels.
Yeah.
So it had unusual spokes in the wheels, which is actually not true. They're not that unusual, but that's another point. The jury believed it. The jury believed it.
And Donnie, I don't know that that's a fact, but you just made me think of something. What if that car did go down? Yeah, source, because I have not heard, even in court or any of the documents, they have that. But my thought process is, if that car exited the neighborhood and took a left on La Walenta, went around back, and that one little curve is called Ridge for some reason, and he gets past that point and he turns around and he goes back down Ridge, Walenta, does it capture? That's a good, I wonder. But it doesn't say that anywhere in any documents yet. So we don't, we don't know. And some of y'all's comments crack me up. Well, they might be cherry picking. Look, here's the thing. There's some shitty ass cameras out there, people. And if y'all really want to know who's around your property at night and who's passing it, I suggest you get the best one on the market, because we got some that are worth it. I feel like just from the screenshot of what we saw at 1112, that's a clearer image of the parking lot that it shows, right? The leaked footage of that video is not out there, only the other Linda Lane footage. But the screenshot that came, because somebody does have that footage, the screenshot that came from shows what that camera could clearly see. And you can clearly see the cars and this and that. Now, can you see how well a car looks as it's driving? You know what I mean? In motion, would it look different? I'm super interested to see what 1112 sees on its camera of this car coming and going. And I'm going to have to put together a graph and show you guys the car.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a combined map and timeline of, because we also have that video footage of the dumpster guy, right? That was off to the east, like way off to the east. So we're gonna have to include that. We really need to put together a map of.
Well, I've got it all. I've been in this thing for 2 years, so I do have it. I have it written on paper, because that's what it took. Everybody kept screaming that the PCA was this and that. I'm like, what are y'all even talking about? Write it down, because it's scattery through there. And if you make a column, like I said, and you list all the pings on one side and the alleged car footage on one side and the times that these are happening, they match up. And so I will have to put them together on a chart graph and get it up and see what we think. We can have a discussion about it,
Right. What's going to be interesting for trial is the jury going to be able to pay close enough attention to all of those timeline and video evidence that's brought in. And I honestly think that's what went wrong in Delphi and Richard Allen. I don't think that the defense did a good enough job bringing the jury along to challenge that timeline. I don't think they did. And that's going to be critical here.
If any of you see Doc Thrifty or Magnum out and about, tell him to please put up his video one more time of his drive from Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho, and show you every single camera on the way there. From Pullman all to Moscow, according to the routes the PCA said he drove. He drove through the neighborhoods and pointed out I loved that video. And of course, he kept taking his channel down, and I'm not even going to go into why, because it had nothing to do with true crime, but he's back. but he's got his Enon content back out there. But Doc, if you're listening, please put that video back up, because I've been trying to I can't play it, it's not there, and I really want to show people that video because you did a really good job on that video. And what does all those cameras see, right, other than what we know 1112. It's just going to be super interesting, because with the gag order in place, guys, we don't know what kind of evidence the state has. And everybody's like, well, why doesn't the state do this? They're not at trial. They don't have to show their hand yet. Anne's job right now is to get up here and do everything she can to get the DP off the table, do anything she can to get certain things taken out of court. That's her job, literally. Any good defense attorney is going to do what she's doing right now. Is huge. The fact that there's no subpoenas in the case summary is huge, because I'm almost positive she's going to get her framework hearing, which would be even bigger. You might have that video, Leslie, if you do, because if he took it down, you can't access it anymore. That was the problem. But try to find it, hun, if you can, and get it to me so we can see. If the cameras don't have the suspect car, they will just say he was a criminal mastermind and planned out the best path to avoid the cameras. There's a lot of cameras. If you wanted, look, if he really wanted to avoid cameras, wouldn't he have went the long way into Moscow where there weren't a lot of cameras?
That is just like Delphi. Like, literally, they caught the car going east to west on County Road, what is that, 250 North, and they asked him multiple times, are you sure you didn't go the other way to get to the trail? Like, they kept trying to talk him into confessing to coming in from the other way, so that would coincide with the video that they got with the Hoosier Harvest Store. So it's like, it's the same thing. It's like,
well, okay, look,
Richard Allen was no criminal mastermind. They were just trying to fit his confession with the evidence in that case.
And if you turn your phone off for 2 hours, or you drive around the countryside 2 hours and all that, and you think, okay, my phone's going to be undetectable for 2 hours. So what if they see my car? They can't prove it's my car, especially in the middle, 4 a.m., 3 a.m. It's dark. He probably knew where the cameras were all located. Do you care? I mean, what was there a method to his madness kind of thing? That might look like my car, but that's not my car, because I was over here at Wawa We Park with my phone. Because you can't avoid the cameras, and the quickest route to the home would be to come the way he went, versus that long way like he allegedly left to go out. I know that I think one of the bigger parts of, like, when this case first happened, Steve Gonzalez didn't do any justice to the case by coming out publicly, challenging law enforcement, asking questions, putting doubt out there, and boom, it started. And then all of a sudden, TikTokers exploded with, oh my God, he's so handsome, and he's this and that. He can't be the guy. I was on a panel where, the host was like, normal can't hurt you. Are you fucking kidding me? I am more afraid of the guy in the BMW at the red light than I am that homeless guy on the corner holding that sign for food. I don't trust the guy in the BMW next to me at the red light. Sorry, I don't. It's just, you can't say just because he looked normal, or just because he was a criminology student, he would never do this. Do y'all know what BTK did for a living? Did you know he had a criminology background? Have you studied Ted Bundy and know what all he had in his background? What about the Happy Face killer? What about the Golden State killer? These people literally all had law enforcement backgrounds. So to sit there and say that just because of those reasons he cannot be the guy is a little insane to me. I still don't know if he is or isn't, but I'm not willing to go 110% on either way. But y'all guys can do it. Y'all do what y'all want. I'm here for it. I really am. And I like looking at your comments and challenging my thoughts. And I'll challenge yours right back. I love the debate. What, DB? You want to come up and talk to me, dude? We need to have a debate, DB. Come on, buddy. I would love it. I think I would absolutely. It'd probably be the most comical show I did.
So here's a random thought. Here's just a random thought. So I've been in a fantasy football league for 26 years. We started a fantasy football league back before fantasy football was cool, and we've been doing it for 26 years. And there's like real money involved. It's not a lot of money. It's like we pay $100 to join, and whoever wins gets like a few $100s, and we get weekly awards. But there are fantasy football leagues that have a lot more money invested. And at some point in time, somebody from a fantasy football league, it's getting so serious, is going to go affect an actual NFL player. Like they're going to do a Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding thing.
Tanya Harding.
Like
Shit.
That's going to happen because of fantasy football.
And you know what else, though? Honestly, if you, and I'm being really honest, if the guy thought that sheath was completely clean and he had no intention to leave that sheath, he wouldn't be sitting in that courtroom right now.
Right.
Okay? He would not be sitting in that courtroom right now. Everybody, why leave the sheath? Well, things got chaotic and hectic, and it didn't mean to get left. And if this guy did it, and once he got back to wherever he was going, home or drop off site, whatever he was doing, and he realized he left that damn thing, panic had to have set in. You know, I can explain my phone pings. I can explain, I was driving around, so freaking what? You can't tie me to that house. You can't even tell that's my car. There's 20,000 white Elantras in this town. But he made a big mistake. The only mistake he made was leaving that sheath behind. And if he didn't leave the sheath behind, somebody else did and put his DNA in it. And I don't know why the cops would single him out to do that.
That's the whole reason I went like down the fantasy football route, because fantasy true crime is like a parallel universe where if you had somebody who was a criminology major and they were trying to commit the perfect crime, would they actually go out and try and commit the perfect crime? And if they did, how would they do it? And could they get into a situation like this where it just got out of control and there were way more victims than he thought there would be? And did he accidentally forget one element of that quote unquote perfect crime?
Yeah.
That's why I went down that route. Like,
yeah,
is that what this is?
Yeah. Leah, honey, how long have you been following this case? Because I can absolutely direct you to the channel who said it, but I won't mention it on this channel. But yeah, they were people out there a year ago going, I mean, they were not just going on, they were screaming it over their headsets. This guy can't be the guy. He looks normal. He has a normal job. Why would he do, all the things? Trust me, I wouldn't have said that if I hadn't heard people say it, with my own ears.
I'm sorry, but those eyes are not normal. Those are like, if I was sitting in a bar and he was like staring at a chick next to me with those eyes, I'd be like, that's not normal, dude. And there are stories about back in Pennsylvania, and there are reports about him as a graduate assistant at Washington State University having issues with female students. So I don't feel like totally out of line, like mentioning that, like, yeah, this guy gives people the creeps based on his looks. So to say that he's innocent based on his looks is kind of a stretch. Just a little bit.
It is. I mean, we've seen old classmates, real people who knew him, talk about him and the way he acted. And I know everybody, I don't understand why he's the only defendant off limits, because I guarantee you, if Rick Allen had people come out talking about him like that, it would have been everywhere. But
they did. There were former Walmart employees that came out with videos.
That was that was like a couple of Walmart employees, and they just said he made some out of the way comments. Nothing like we've heard the friends that actually grew up and went to school with Kohberger say. People don't want to hear it. Like, why not? doesn't mean he did anything, but you can evaluate it and see if it applies, right? In any other defendant, we would be talking about all of those things, but this one we can't. And I'm not going to buy into that anymore because I was silenced for real for too long. People were trying to dox me. I couldn't go into certain chats and ask questions. I couldn't challenge their theories without literally being attacked for it. I got so turned off with this case. And then I dove headfirst into Delphi. And then I just started ignoring a lot of the shit coming out of the Idaho case because I got so fed up with it. But to answer your question there, Danger, the only thing I can think of logically is if he went into that home to just go after Maddie, and he got in that room and lo and behold, Kaylee was there. And that startled Kaylee, of course, waking her up. Did the sheath get tossed on the bed at some point, laid on the bed? Whatever, pulled out of your pocket. What you got to pull the knife back for a moment? What are you doing here? Did the sheath? Okay, so in Delphi, we heard that after graphic air warning, after Libby was sliced across the neck, the child literally grabs her neck and stands up. So if Maddie was cut and naturally bodily reaction sat up for a second and then fell right back, did she fall back on that sheath? In the meantime, he's taking care of Kaylee at this point. He's got to get the hell out of here now. That dog's barking. I got to go. Gets downstairs. Boom. There's Ethan. There's Xana. Got to go. Got to go. Then you realize, I don't think he left it there like, oh shoot, I forgot to pick it back up. I don't think it was a thought at all until afterwards, because I don't think things went smoothly inside that house. You know what I mean? It got sideways once he got in there. And so that's why I don't think the sheath was left on purpose, and I don't think it was planted. I can't figure out why they would plant Brian Kohberger of all people. You could have planted it on the cigarette butt guy you were following around trying to get his cigarette butt. Wouldn't he have been a good candidate to plant? Shit, you got his DNA off a cigarette butt, now go plant it on the sheath. Why Kohberger? You know? So you know for a fact that he's innocent? And who's panicking? I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. I don't see how anybody could at this point.
Report if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, maybe it's in October, right after that. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the
what?
October or the...
Did he just say all appears to be accurate from November? What he looked at?
Missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of the 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you?
Okay, let's for shits and giggles, let's say he didn't have it on a belt loop. Let's say he did have on a Dickies suit with a long, deep pocket. Did he pull that sheath out of that pocket? We don't know that it was on a belt loop. It could have been, but then he would have gotten blood all over the clothes he was going to have to wear home in the car. Playing devil's advocate, that's all.
You tell if drive testing was done to create that cast draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report of around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that.
Well, if you didn't put it, okay, so would you want to risk being seen getting out of your car with this big old knife strapped to your belt? I don't know. I honestly don't know, guys. Good point, though, Danger.
Those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the Discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive tests, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and location were you looking for based on the CAS draft report review?
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
Take a moment to shout out to Joe Schmo. Again, thank you for gifting those memberships. Welcome new members. And I think tomorrow evening is going to be my members only live on the Rex Heuermann special that I've been promising you guys. We did a little poll and someone suggested we do that case. So I think that's going to happen at tomorrow evening at some point, but I will certainly let you guys know. If you want to take a trip over, you got your own little membership page over there, and I'm trying to make sure I create content for the page for you guys. So welcome aboard. You are now lead investigators. Thanks, Joe.
And you're on the hook. You're quite welcome, but you're on the hook now. You got to do a members only live.
I'm gonna do it. Like I said, the grandchild, but she's not coming for the weekend as planned. Because of us having the sickness around here. My daughter's a nurse. She's like, no, Mom, I don't want her to come if you're getting over the flu, which I understand. She's super picky about her daughter. So anyway, I will not have either of my grandchildren tomorrow. So yeah, I'm thinking that's when we're going to go ahead and do it. Yeah, there's a lot of good information in the Rex Heuermann, a lot to get to. So that's why I want to do a members only, and we can just take our time and go through it all. So welcome aboard, all you lead investigators.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I'll make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case, we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I'm unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. And if there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case.
He said they're missing the entire stretch on 270. How could that be? Unless they hadn't gotten it yet. No measurements on 270. Well, shit, that's the main route that he would took, that the PCA claims he took to town.
We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant, because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains. You could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. Wow. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
Because the phone was off.
You talked about the device that helps do the drive testing or that captures the data while you're doing the drive testing? What's that called again?
It's a drive test scanner. The most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Road and Schwartz, and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Road and Schwartz, and they kind of slap their sticker on it, and they put their software in it, and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately, it is a Road and Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to make sure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated. Thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those?
Nick Balance explains that calibration process in detail. In detail.
Calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There's actually two devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay. So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for all the machines that were used by the FBI in this case?
We got the calibration records that were taken prior to the use of these of the samples. It'd be really helpful to have the calibration records after the use. So we kind of need to bookend those because we know that it left Road Schwartz factory in October and everything was working great. When it came back, we don't know when it came back, and we don't know if it was functioning properly when it came back. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. I saw a report that said it came in and it had 2 errors. It's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see when calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why.
Because there were multiple drive tests done, and you talked about bookending these calibration reports, would you need to bookend all of the time that the drive testing was done with these calibration reports? And what I'm saying is if there's something done in November and then drive testing done in December and then more drive testing done in January and then maybe some in March, do you need the bookend calibration reports around each of those drive tests?
You would. To date, I haven't seen any drive test data, I believe, beyond January 5th. And I'm not sure the time zone, so maybe it could creep into January 6th. But if there's any drive test data after the first week of January, I'm unaware of it.
Okay. So in our case, which months are we missing?
For the calibration?
Yes.
Whatever the next calibration, the FBI would choose when to send these devices in. So whenever that next calibration report was generated for these 2 devices.
On the calibration certificates we have, I think you told us that after the maintenance, it went back into service and passed inspection, was functioning properly.
Well, when it came in, it didn't have multiple errors, but when it went out, it was functioning properly.
Okay. Is that why you need to see the next one on the other side of the drive testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we're thinking about the data the drive test data that we have that's missing some significant portions, could it be because the machine wasn't working right all the time they tried to do drive testing?
Let's see, where did the comment go? Right here. The thing is the FBI would have done the drive test, and like I said, Nick Balance explains that process very well when he testified in the Chad Daybell case. I'm going to let you guys hear that. But, you know, of course, we're going to question the accuracy of everything, right? We should. And that's why it's important to take a look at the different experts that will be fine. But Nick Balance does do a very good job at explaining this calibration system that he's talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Is it also possible that the FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data or to do the drive testing and collect data?
I know of the 2 FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at,
Did you hear that?
Either the
Stop.
machine itself.
He knows both of the FBI agents who did this, and he knows they're properly trained. So he's not questioning the FBI's work.
Isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data, maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. The machine erroring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and needed to be reset.
But needs some Z's. And I'll go back and pull the different hearings. If I have to spend 2 days watching every hearing this case has had so far, I'll get them for you guys, because I don't like to put out misinformation or bad information or wrong information. But she has said she has the cast stuff now. So I don't know where people still get that, because there's still more discovery coming in, or our supplemental requests. Did you get the supplemental is the key word. We already have this. Now we want the supplemental, attached with this and this and this. And normally you would receive the emails, but Anne went a step further and she wanted way more, and she's gotten all of it. So for people to say, she's doing a jam up job so far under Judge getting what she wanted and needed for her defense. We'll see. It feels like Judge Hippler's doing the same thing with her. They don't want this guy to go down on a technical or get off on a technicality or anything like that if he's the guy. They want it all done right. And if you don't think they watched what happened in Delphi, you could tell a long time ago Ann Taylor was starting to watch what was happening over in Delphi, especially with social media. And that's a whole other stream. But yeah.
Could things be extracted and us not know? That's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. Kohberger's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas. I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here.
And let's keep in mind, this hearing was a long time ago. A lot of things have been turned over since, you know what I mean? Has it all been turned over? God, I'd hope so. But I know that if you go back and listen to everything, it's the FBI she kept fighting. And then the state would tell her, we've given you everything they gave us. And that was when the judge told her that day in court. Judge said, if you want to get subpoenas, I'll sign up on them today. And damn it, he did. And they were served with their subpoenas. But you got to do a TUI report first. But the FBI can get that subpoena and still not have to turn information over. So when you're listening to these hearings, pay close attention to who's not turning over discovery. You know what I'm saying? People want to say Santa Claus is all behind it, but it's not.
Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit. Except, as an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, did the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when and I will emphasize when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory. To now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator,
and remember, this is the only expert we've heard from so far, so we only have his. It feels like he's testifying at trial, right? The wheels fell off the wagon and the linchpin, and oh, good Lord. DB, you're cracking me up. I gotta stop. I gotta stop looking at you for a minute. But he's the one we've heard testify to any of this so far, and it feels like he's testifying at a trial almost, because he's so sure of this and sure of that. But how much more come in since he changed that mind?
And performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, that call detailed records, that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
I have to qualify my answer to it because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data. And especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in. Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for. And I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the timeframes that are chosen. So for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours?
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case. On any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions and work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mallory found when he was preparing for his testimony on this mission to compel. Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you'll do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Kohberger?
Danger. The people that spoke to the media about BK from Pullman are 85% of the reason I think he may not. Really? You and I get the wrong. We have a whole. Isn't it funny? Because like I've always said, two people can see and review the same exact thing and get a different takeaway from it. So I think we have a little bit of a different takeaway from it. Nothing they said made it look like, oh my God, he's the guy. Look what they said. But they said things about him that in Dolphin and I, gosh, we spent hours and hours a year ago researching some stuff. And if you go back to his adolescent time, that's when the problem started. If he has problems, and allegedly he does, because now we're going to be getting his medical records and hearing all about his little problems here soon. We already know he's the visual snow. We are making posts and Tappa talk like I have no feelings. He didn't even care about his own parents. All of those things that how can we ignore those things that he said in the past? That'd be kind of like me over there ignoring stuff on Stern's sustenance post, telling that lady, you shouldn't be concerned about your husband molesting your daughter. Us men, we catch hell for that kind of shit all the time, blah, blah, blah. Are you kidding me, dude? the Tappa Talk posts are real. We know that. And he stated in those posts that he had no feelings. He was numb inside. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He didn't even have feelings towards his own family. So, and then to see the people talk about him, about how he got the weight, how he was bullied while over, and then he lost the weight, got on the drugs, got off the drugs, and he became the bully. Even people that were really friends with him when he was overweight said that change occurred in him. So I don't know. We have a little bit of a different takeaway on that, but I respect your opinion on it, just like I respect DB's and all the rest of you guys' opinions on it. Joe and DB, I see y'all going back and forth over there.
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started.
Nah, I didn't feel that way as a teenager. I love my family. I mean, I may have had some thoughts about life in general, but I didn't feel dead inside or empty inside. I didn't not have... Y'all can laugh about him being 14, but I have raised 2 boys. My 14-year-old boys wasn't doing that kind of stuff and saying that kind of stuff. I know one person who's got one that's going to be like that, and I'm very heavily concerned about what he'll be when he grows up. Trust me. But my experience, and there's a lot of boys in my family too. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 brothers. Nah, none of us ever had those feelings. None of us.
With probably
not that was shared publicly.
If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Okay, what's going on over here with Donnie, guys? Y'all got a problem with... Why will you give money to and not even send money so BK can get canteen? Who are you talking about?
I don't know what Donnie's talking about. Sometimes
Donnie,
he comes in.
I'm not sending anybody in
right?
jail money. I don't care if you're my damn nephew, and I had a nephew in prison. I ain't sending you my hard-earned money. Not for no canteen. That's like Stefan Stearns crying to his mama because he's had a root beer candy in a damn book. I mean, are you calling me a grifter? Because if you are, goodbye. You don't gotta
I don't
be
think
here.
so. I don't think so.
I don't think he is either, but I'm just saying grifters. I mean, I get it. People are throwing money at people who go hard on the BK innocent streams. Trust me, they're still out there. But yeah, if y'all want to send money to BK and write him letters, that's all on y'all, but they ain't getting none of my hard-earned money.
Hasn't he gotten like some romantic letters and stuff? Like
Oh my
women
God.
interested in
More than likely.
Oh my
More than likely.
Ladies,
you know how it is.
Seriously?
You know, them ladies was writing The Night Stalker and all that, and they getting married to Ted Bundy in court and all that shit, you know.
And who
I
is
got
that
you, Donnie. I'm
that?
sorry. Donnie, I love you. We do love you here, Donnie. We really do.
Yes.
Donnie don't like Ian.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure you weren't like getting sideways, Donnie. There's people over here telling you were troll stuff, but I don't find you like that. I honestly don't. You don't bother me at all, Donnie.
So who was the chick that backed her kids into the lake and drowned them?
Susan Smith.
Yes. Didn't she get married when she was in prison?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Like,
you ever seen that show Life After Lockup?
No.
Oh my God, they get married to people, and these women and men would sit in prison, become pen pals with these lonely people at home, and the next thing you know, they're sending them all their money to get their, their phone minutes with, and their commissary with, and all that, and they're making all these promises. You can come stay with me when you get out of prison. Boom, they get out, and they find out that it's a wretched soul they've been talking to, and he doesn't care about you at all.
I think I might write Lori Vallow Daybell in jail.
I'm all right, Kohberger. I'll be nice. I can be nice. I'm like, dude, I think you're getting a raw deal. Let's open up to me. Tell your story, baby.
I love your weird eyes and your bushy eyebrows.
I'm gonna say I don't think You got bushy eyebrows and weird eyes.
You're not the guy. You can't be the guy.
You're a handsome, smart guy, and I want you to tell your side of the story.
Dang.
He'll be like, I can't. My lawyer said I can't talk. Shag order. Lana got all the receipts. Yeah, Lana, yeah, okay. Well, whatever. Lana got all the receipts, but Lana got the receipts on what? People sending him money and stuff like that? I don't watch Lana. I can't. You got a sub that's infatuated. That doesn't surprise us. You know, that psychological part, 12 gauge. That's why I enjoy your show a lot when you're on. We talk the psychological sides of things, and but they're out there. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We're true crime fans, and I guess there's the fans of the people who commit the true crimes. I don't know, but yeah, they're out there. I wouldn't be surprised if BK isn't getting a lot of letters and a lot of things of that nature. You know what I mean?
I do, and I'm not. Yeah, okay. There we go.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that post made him guilty. I'm saying if you honestly look at this case open-mindedly and not go looking at all the rumors that we've heard, this guy began having problems as an adolescent. It still doesn't mean he did anything. He obviously still had them all the way through adulthood, because that's going to come out in these medical records, and began talking about mitigation a year ago if he was found guilty, and needing to go back decades into his family history to bring up the mental illness. Y'all need to remember that.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Kohberger.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not. It could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Kohberger. It could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Kohberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
Could also be extremely impactful against Mr. Kohberger. Imagine that.
The content of the data, though, is it helpful to us in representing Mr. Kohberger?
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's.
I know she has to talk about mitigation, DB, but she talks about stuff sequence, right? Just like when she really wanted to go ahead and push for that change of venue, care what you wish for. And, you know, of course, mitigation will come up. I understand it's a death penalty because I'm in Florida, y'all. We got this death penalty state in the country. I thought it was normal all my life until I grew up and realized it wasn't. So I get it. I understand what the mitigation is, but I'm just saying the reason I brought it up is because she brought it up going back into the family's mental health history, right? Preparing for when and if he's charged. She's going to come out and say, well, look at these mental problems my client has had.
Exculpatory. And I need to clarify this. When all of the records are produced and the dust settles and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything.
It usually comes up later, DB.
Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in the benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. Kohberger or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st by Moscow Police Department, there are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today. Do not hesitate, and especially come December 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. Kohberger. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tinsel. I get that, and I do. And I try to keep up with the chat, and I'll see certain comments. I'm like, what are they talking about? Then I have to scroll up to see what you guys are, and then I finally can put it together. But so I'm not in any of this personally, guys. I hope you guys don't either. I don't mean to come off as like mean or anything, but I am salty as my name. And I don't care if y'all get salty with me. We'll be all salty at the same time.
No, absolutely. I love like the interaction with DB. Like I love the perspective that DB brings and his technical knowledge. Like I really appreciate that, and going back and forth with DB is fun.
Isn't it?
We're not on the jury though. I mean, we're kind of on a social media jury, so we can kind of come to our own conclusion, but we are not on the actual jury, and that's the only
Do you
thing.
know, I almost, when I first decided to do true crime full time like this and stream, I almost named my show The Deliberation Room. And because I felt like that's what would happen once we get in here, you know, and a lot of these times, that's what we're like deliberating, you know, we're like if we were the jury, we're going to sit here and argue it out, right? And you know, you're going to have your view and I'm going to have my view, and we're going to want to see this piece of evidence again and that piece and tell you all those things. So I love the community interaction, and I appreciate all you guys for being here and lending yourself to the conversation. Whether I agree with you or not, you are welcome to be here. And you know, if I come back at you with a comment, you want to come back at me with one, come on, I'm a big girl, I can damn well take it. It does not hurt my heart.
You gotta put on Pokemom's tinfoil panties.
No, they're uncomfortable, and I told you I'm not doing that. She can have at it. Oh, did I hit the right button?
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now. Hold on. The prosecutor, Ray.
All right. Ms. Taylor, thanks.
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
DB, you got a show.
So it's the excuse.
You may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
No, never mind. I got it.
You're free to stay. You're free to leave if you like.
Good.
Sure. Thank you. Another witness?
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses, and we have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. NASA. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to.
Okay, so we were watching part of that there, and I'm kind of done with him. I think we all are for the moment, but yeah, this conversation's been skyjacked. I can't believe how many great lawyers Kohberger has, but they won't go to court for him. What do you? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either.
He's got good lawyers. He's got the top death penalty attorney in Idaho, Ann Taylor. In that region, she is the go-to. She is like the top one. That's who you want if you're in a high-profile death penalty case like he is. And Massive, she's there. Logston, I don't know what he's doing. Friday Filer just kind of sits there and writes salty filings, right? That's what he does. But I don't know. He's got a pretty good team. Ann's doing the best she can with what she's got to work with. You know what I mean? You got, at least she's not out there pulling shit out of the wind like tunnels and frat fights and all these things that can't be backed up, because none of their DNA was found in that house. Maybe the unknown blood on the stairwell, I'm concerned about that. But also we've learned a little bit about how not everything is eligible to run, or even it depends, especially through CODIS anyway. They're very particular about what you run through CODIS and where it comes from within a crime scene, because we went over some of that. But still, of course, that's going to bother people, right? That blood. But yeah, he's got public defenders. This guy and his parents can't afford high-profile attorneys. He don't got O.J. Simpson money, you know.
He had to take out a $50,000 mortgage just to send his son to school.
Just to send him to school like a month before, like what, in August, Joe?
Yes.
2022? Because we've got the records. Joe's got the records pulled up where he took out a $50,000, Michael Kohberger took out a $50,000 mortgage on his home just before BK, or the month after BK went to Washington? Was that to help pay for school, or was it reserved for a lawyer? I mean, he just, you can't just go get a high profile attorney. They charge so much money. It's crazy.
Well, we saw with Richard Allen, like Kathy hired an attorney, and then the attorney was on retainer for a certain amount of time. And then he's like, dude, your husband is charged with multiple murders, and you're going to need a lot more money than what you gave me now for me to represent him. And then she's like, I can't do that. And Richard Allen then wrote a handwritten note to the court that said, I can't do that either, and I need counsel appointed. And he got counsel appointed. But in the meantime, they had a safekeeping hearing and sent him off to Westville.
Well, public defenders might get a bad rap, but they're necessary, because not everybody can afford an attorney, right?
Yeah.
Not everybody can do that. And I don't care if you're charged with 4 murders, 1, or breaking in, you don't need a top lawyer to defend you. And Brian Kohberger got lucky. And then somebody even asked earlier, why go to a death penalty state? Because I'm telling you, for some reason, if he's your guy, that house made itself an easy target. And he honed in on that pretty damn quickly, because he just got there in July. Murders happen in November. So if you think you're about to pull off the perfect crime and you're not going to leave your sheath, why not? You're not going to catch me. I think about it both ways. My thought process was the same thing. Why take your car? Why take your phone? Why go to a death penalty state? Why all these things? But then I got to start putting myself in his shoes for a moment, because it's not just fair to do victimology. Did they cause their own deaths? Were they doing things outside of the box? I've also got to put myself in his place now and do criminology on him.
Right.
That's only fair, in my opinion. And yes, we should all be concerned about that DNA, because there was a lot of DNA untested. Okay, Forrest, look at there. And I also think, Forrest, you are a member for 1 month now. Forrest, thank you for that. And then Forrest gifted 10 more memberships. People, welcome in CW. Suzanne.
Donnie, I'm thinking you may not have your membership gifting ability turned on.
Oh, you have, I don't know how to do it on the computer, but I know if you're on your phone, there's a little $sign. You have to turn on the notification that allows you to receive memberships.
Because Donnie should have received one by now. We've done 15 today.
Because he's active in chat. He should have. Jenny33, Charm Free, Emmy Sue, Crazy Girl. I love that name. Glitter. J Ray.
CW, Suzanne.
Lauren. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys don't mind, hit the like button while you're here as well. We'd appreciate it. But welcome in. You're all now lead investigators, and you will be able to attend our members only lives when we have them. And I appreciate you all for being here and listening in. Let's see. Let me get back to these comments. Why does the state need Donnie when they have the entire Attorney General's office? Good Lord. Yes, that's a very good point. Was it contaminated? Was it was it dried blood and they didn't see it with the naked eye until luminol was put on it, right? And by then, was it contaminated? Did it come off the glove of the perpetrator as they ran down the stairs and grabbed the handrail? Or did they not touch anything at all on purpose? Just got to get out of here. Well, once you got to the bottom of those stairs, you had 2 more victims to contend with. So whose blood was that on that handrail? Was it a victim's? Not say that. You know what I mean? It was unknown. I don't like unknown DNAs. We had all that in Delphi. All that damn DNA they claim they had, they didn't test. That's not acceptable. And if I'm going to sit here and say that's not acceptable in Delphi, it's damn well not acceptable in Idaho either. That's the way I roll. I don't pick and choose which case I decide evidence should be allowed in and which one it should be out of. If you did not test all that DNA in Delphi, but I expect you to do the same thing over here in Idaho. Do a thorough investigation, do your due diligence. If you didn't test it, why? Was it old? Was it degraded? Because like I said, Dolphin and I looked this up, and then they can absolutely tell how old the blood was. If it wasn't fresh blood, it didn't matter. It could have been deposited on that stairwell at any time. That wasn't a very clean home, people. You know what I mean? So I don't think they just ran over and cleaned it off as soon as, maybe the girls who lived there didn't even know, because there was a big ass party there one night. We see the body cam footage of the cops roll up, and not a single person who lived in that house was at home. But yet it was full of 150 partiers. That's not cool. You can't hear me? Can you guys hear me at all? Hey, Joe, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me? I'm so confused. Joe's not responding, so I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Okay, y'all can hear me. Maybe Joe's just took a break for a second, because I thought somebody said that they couldn't hear me in chat. I'm like, well, the stream's still up. They didn't knock me off again. Like, we didn't do anything wrong this time. What is your current definition? Are you talking to somebody, DB? Let's see. So let me pull up something here. Let me get this up. Boy, I need to go grab a cold coffee out of the refrigerator. I'm feeling it. I still can't drink my hot coffee, and I love my coffee. Just because I hadn't felt good, I don't want the hot coffee. Weird, isn't it? Oh, shut up with your luxury hotel bullshit. Okay, we're not going to watch all of this, but we're going to watch the beginning of it. Remember the Greg Hampikian they spoke of as well? He testified at the Daybell hearings. I have that too. We won't get to that one today, more than likely. We're going to watch a little bit of Nick Balance talk now and let you guys get the opposite. You know, we just heard a lot about Nick Balance and had discussions about him in chat. So here's Nick Balance testifying at Chad Daybell's trial. I'm going to speed it up a little because he does. Let's go to, I mean, he doesn't talk slow or anything, but, and if you guys can't hear it and all that good stuff, let me know. Uh-oh, I better get the screen up there, hadn't I? Okay, here we go.
And in your role in the FBI now, are you a member of a specialized unit within the FBI?
I am. I'm a member of our Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short.
What kind of work does CAST do?
In the simplest terms, CAST is a group of about 70 to 80 special agents and task force officers that specialize in utilizing cell records from a provider to determine the location, the general location of a phone at a specific date and time that might be of interest to an investigation.
And have you used those techniques successfully in the past?
Yes, I've used those techniques on hundreds of occasions to locate violent fugitives, to locate missing kids, missing persons, and really just a gamut of different investigations that the FBI conducts.
How long have you been a member of CAST?
Since October of 2019.
And how long have you been using cellular records in investigations?
So I've been using cellular records as a part of my investigations, both with the FBI and with the Marshal Service since 2007.
Do you assist other agencies with this type of cellular analysis?
I do. I regularly provide assistance to agencies, local, federal, and state throughout the country.
How do those investigators usually come to contact you?
So usually as a part of CAST, we also do a lot of training and presentations. So I could be contacted directly by someone that participated in one of those trainings, or law enforcement can reach out directly to our unit, and then cases could be assigned to me that way as well.
I believe you.
Danger, I can only assume because he's an FBI agent, is he's up here, like over here, like that's him facing the courtroom, but they're not actually showing him.
Might have already said this, but just in case, how many members does CAST have nationwide?
It fluctuates, but approximately 70 to 80.
How does one get selected to be on CAST?
So there's an application process that you would put in to be a member of the unit, and then there are multiple trainings that span approximately 240 hours before you would be certified. And those are in the form of multiple training iterations that start with our CAST foundation of what we do and not using any type of software to assist you, taking cellular records, and like I talked about earlier, putting those onto a map based on a specific date and time that may be of interest to an investigation. If you complete CAST Basic and you're invited to attend the next training, you would go to our CAST Advanced. That's a 1-week training where it gets a little bit more into the specifics for each provider that are the major providers throughout the United States, what their records look like, any nuances that might be a part of their records. And then also that's where we start implementing practical scenarios to where we're given a problem in the class and we have to do a report based on whatever that problem is, and then it's evaluated by instructors. Upon completion of CAST Advanced, you would go to, at the time I went, what was called our field training exercise, which is where you have approximately 3 days where you're given multiple problems. You don't get any support from instructors, and you have to solve those problems within a specific time and then present your findings on those. Upon completion of that, we have an additional 4 weeks where you would go to our what we call Certification 1 and Certification 2. As a part of that training, we have instruction from professors in the field of radio frequency. We have presentations from all the major providers, not only by their legal compliance representatives, but also by their engineers who set up the networks. They provide kind of an overview of how each specific network is set up. We went to see a network switch to see the actual physical infrastructure associated with cellular technology. And then upon completion of that, we're given a written test that we have to pass. And then the last 2 weeks, we do instruction on what's called drive testing, which is taking measurements of what the true cellular environment looks like for a particular area. And then we have a problem that we have to solve again that we take all the way to a mock court scenario that we have to present. Upon completion of all of that, instructors meet, discuss each candidate, and then if you pass, you would be considered a certified member of CAST.
And are you a certified member of CAST?
Yes.
So you completed all that training you just discussed?
Yes, sir.
So, and you completed it successfully?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's testifying via Zoom.
I want to talk to you a little bit about cell towers for a minute. What, based on your knowledge and your training of cellular networks, can you explain to the jury what a cell tower does?
Sure. So a cell tower is constantly emitting radio frequency for a given area. And so if you think about it from the standpoint of whenever you're going to make a call on your phone, the important part is you want to be able to talk to somebody that's a great distance away. So phones work very similar to what a portable radio that you could go buy at an electronics store would works in the same way. So if you take that portable radio, you can communicate to somebody, but you're limited on the distance that you could communicate with them. So if our cell phone was only able to communicate down the street, it wouldn't necessarily be relevant for our day-to-day life. So what a cell tower does is it allows the cell tower to, the cellular phone, instead of communicating directly with another phone, to communicate with that tower. Once it does that, that signal can be transmitted down the street or throughout the world to allow you to make a phone call to anywhere that a cellular phone has service.
What is the range of a cell tower?
So the range of a cell tower primarily depends on the area. So whenever network engineers are creating the network, they're ultimately doing it to support population or users of their network. So in an area like Boise, where there's a pretty high population, you'll see a lot of cell phone towers, and those towers are generally going to provide service out to the next closest tower. So like I said, in Boise, where you have a large population to support, the footprint of what that cellular tower is going to provide coverage to is smaller. When you start talking about Rexburg, which is a more rural area, there's less towers. So those towers are going to go out farther distances just because of the fact that the population is less dense there.
So is it fair to say that cell towers are responsible for providing coverage to a particular area?
Yes, networks are designed to provide coverage to its users.
And can you explain what a sector of a tower is?
Yes. So a traditional cell phone tower, if you're looking at it from the top and think of it as that radio frequency is going out in all directions almost as a circle. So to optimize their network, that tower is divided into 3 different sectors. So again, if you think about that circle and cutting it into a pie of 3 equal pieces, that's what a sector represents. So there's antennas on that tower that basically provide coverage to 120 degrees away from that tower. So if you think about that circle being 360 degrees, divide that by 3, that gives you the 3 equal sectors that cover approximately 120 degrees of that circle.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury how a cell phone engages with a cell tower?
Yes. So your cell phone, even in your pocket when you're not talking on it, is constantly scanning the environment to look for which tower and sector are providing the strongest signal. So that way, if you do need to make a call or receive a text message, your phone is already aware of what tower and sector it's going to utilize for that interaction.
Okay. And how does a phone determine, or how is it determined, what tower a cell phone connects with?
So the phone is making that decision. And that's probably the most important part to remember that. The phone, whenever it's scanning and it's looking at the cellular environment that it's in, it's keeping a list of what that strongest tower is at any given time. So the cell phone selects the strongest tower and sector to begin an interaction with the network for whatever it is, via voice call, email, whatever that might be.
And will that strongest tower always be the closest tower?
It can be, but also there could be obstructions in the way that it might choose a cellular tower that's a little bit farther away. So it's going to choose the strongest signal, not necessarily the closest.
Do cellular companies record the activity of each of their customers?
They do. So if you think about, maybe 15 years ago, whenever you got a cell phone bill, and not only did it include the amount that you owed the provider, you also had a list of all the different calls that were made on that specific account. So whenever you're looking at the recordings of what a cellular provider keeps on the specific account, that's what we're talking about. So that could be the date and time.
Firefly, no, this is a testimony from Nick Balance over in the Chad Daybell trial. We just reviewed the old hearing that Cy did, where they bring up Nick, several times. So we still cannot find Imel testifying anywhere. Dolphin and I have looked. We found some stuff on him. He used to be in Florida. I have found some cases here, but I haven't found any testimony of him yet. But no, this is Nick Balance testifying.
Time, the duration of a specific event, the direction, whether you received an inbound or outbound call, and that's on your call detail record. The difference with the records that what law enforcement look at is it also includes columns for location information. So what that includes is the tower and sector that was utilized for a specific interaction that you had with the provider.
And I think you used the phrase call detail records.
Yes.
Is that the phrase usually associated with the records that the cellular companies keep?
It is, yes.
What pieces of, you kind of went over this, but what pieces of information are typically found in a call detail record?
So typically, just like on the old phone bill, you'll see a date and a time. You'll see what type of transaction, whether it was a voice or a text message. You'll see the duration if it was a voice call. You'll see the number that was called or the number that called into the account. And then, like I mentioned, with the call detail records we're looking at, we'll also see columns that give us location information.
Does the information captured on call detail records vary by provider?
It does. Most providers are going to capture the majority of the same information. They just might capture it different ways. But specific to, there are nuances specific to Verizon. Verizon doesn't capture the location information associated with a text message.
And other companies do?
Correct.
Do cellular providers maintain lists of where their towers are located?
They do. So each cellular provider has, by latitude and longitude location, every single tower that they have throughout the territory that they cover.
How do you use those types of records to determine where a phone was located?
So if you think about the specific geographical area, let's just talk about Idaho. So if you look at a cellular provider's tower records for Idaho, I can take those records and place them on a map for the significant area that we're looking at. So again, let's just say for the state of Idaho. With that, I can then take the call detail records and marry each line in a call detail record up with the location of the tower and sector that was used for that specific event. So if you think about it from the standpoint of every tower, if you imagine it was a mailbox on a map, I'm taking each line as a letter and delivering it to that specific mailbox on the map. So what that enables me to do is anytime there's an interaction on those call detail records, I can see at that date and time what tower and sector was utilized.
And how do you estimate the coverage area of a sector?
So that goes back to, again, talking about looking at the population density is usually a good estimate, because whenever you see an area like Boise, the coverage area of a tower and sector is usually going to go out to the next tower and sector because they want to provide overlapping coverage to their customers. Again, I'll use a few analogies when I explain this, but if you think about in your yard, if you have a sprinkler system and a sprinkler head's only going out a couple feet, and then there's nothing hitting the grass for another 10 feet to your next sprinkler, you're going to have dead grass, just like you're going to have dead areas in cell service. Because of that, engineers, in order to optimize their network, provide overlapping coverage. So each tower is going to have overlapping coverage with the tower next to it.
Is there a way to determine the actual coverage area of a sector versus how you just described?
Yes. So we can do what's called a drive test, which is I briefly mentioned as a part of our certification process. And what this is we take equipment that has sensors and antennas, and we can place it. It's a portable unit that we can place into a car, and then measurements a minute of the location of where the drive test equipment is and what the cellular signal that it sees at any given time. So if you go to a specific area and drive basically every road, every area that you can get to, then what we can do is we can take all of that data, put it onto a map, and see what the true coverage of a tower and sector is versus what these estimates that I mentioned are.
And is drive testing used in the cellular industry?
Yes, drive testing would be the industry standard for determining the true coverage of a cellular footprint.
Did you conduct a drive test in this case?
I did.
What was the area that you conducted your drive test over?
So we conducted the drive test pretty much throughout Rex.
Oh God, no, he isn't. I don't Marsh anymore, but are you telling me he's got something out about some different three killers? Or they did Idaho? I may have to go watch for shittles. Oh my God, harsh.
Rexburg, all the way up to the area around St. Anthony, and down just a little bit south of Rexburg.
When did you do that?
We did that in June of 2020.
Was there an event that led to you performing that drive test?
There was. I was contacted by law enforcement in June and was notified that they found the bodies of Tylee and JJ. And so immediately I worked out the logistics to get the equipment I needed up to the Rexburg area. And I believe I was over there within about 6 days.
Okay, so we just heard him say that the local authorities called them in to perform that drive test. So why wouldn't he have done thing in the Idaho 4 case versus, because they don't have the actual equipment. The police department doesn't have the machine that they're using. I don't know if this is the one where he talked vibration and how that machine works that they put into the actual car and drive around with. FBI does the drive testing. So again, you know, and I feel like this guy's explaining things very well. You know, Cy was explaining things, but kind of confusing a little bit. You know what I mean? A lot of back and forth. What could be beneficial to the state, could be beneficial to you, to the defense. Depends on what we see coming down the pipe, all that. So yeah, if Nick did the actual drive test in the Idaho 4 case, good luck, Ann.
Days after the bodies were found to conduct that drive test.
Especially
and
if
you
it's
mentioned
accurate.
going all the way from St. Anthony down to south of Rexburg. Why would you do such an expansive drive test for an area that goes so far beyond Mr. Daybell's property?
Sure. So the investigation at that point was still ongoing. And so in order to basically ensure that any use of cellular phones that became of interest for specific dates, we would be able to see what the true footprint of towers were versus doing those estimates. So basically just because of the case itself and there was continuing investigation, that's why I chose to do a larger area.
What is the equipment you use to perform a drive test? What is it called?
It's called a Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, or GAR for short.
Okay, did y'all hear that? He's about to talk about the Gladiator, and this is what the device they put into the car and drive around with. So listen to how, remember Amazon, Cy-Ray was all about the calibration. He's about to explain all that.
And can anyone go to Walmart and pick up a GAR?
No. So when I talked about doing a drive test, the GAR is kind of it's a multiple component device. What that means is it not only includes the sensors, antennas associated with getting the readings of the cellular signal, it also includes a computer. It also includes the software that the FBI utilizes to get those raw measurements and get them all the way to a map so that we can utilize it as a part of an investigation.
Okay, so it has, just to make sure everyone understands, a physical and a software component.
Yes, the company provides a physical and a software component.
And you mentioned
y'all have to remember it took a long time to get that full cast report because the FBI wasn't turning over everything. Why, we don't know. But here's the thing. We all see Linda Lane leaked footage. We can't, so based on that alone, are we willing to say he's not the guy because we can't prove that's his car, but it's still his sheath in that house? It's still a light colored sedan. And I heard another creator months ago, I was actually sitting there and they said, I won't be satisfied till I see this guy on camera walking into that house and walking out. So now are we at a point in America where we have to see every murder occur on camera to believe it happened? Just playing devil's advocate here. I mean, I'm just saying that is a light colored sedan. And you can't tell me it doesn't look similar to an Elantra. Is it his? I don't know. But it places a car similar to his there. What's 1112 going to show me? A better image of that car as it turns into the neighborhood than travels around behind where Linda Lane footage sees it? There's, that's what I'm thinking. If that sheath was not in that house, I'd be sitting right where you guys are. I still don't know that I can't prove that's his car, but I don't need to see him on camera walking into that house to think he did it.
Scanners in that equipment. Are the scanners within the GAR restricted to law enforcement?
No, they are not.
The GAR unit itself, is that restricted to law enforcement?
Yes. So the company that sells the GAR Gladiator, at least the last time I checked, they only sold to law enforcement.
Right. And you testified that you conducted this test in June of 2019?
In June of 2020.
June of 2020. I apologize. Thank you. Moving on, are you able to determine where a phone, by using cellular records, are you able to determine where a phone is located 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by identifying the tower and sector it uses?
No. So that's where I talked a little bit about before. We need a line on a call detail record at a specific date and time. And that's what allows me to give an estimate, is if I have a specific date and time where the phone interacted with the network and then the tower and sector that was used. So again, with the analogies, but if you think about it where you have a neighbor and you know what they drive. So if you look out the window at 9:01 in the morning and you see their car in the driveway, and then you go about your business and you go back 30 minutes later and the car's still in the driveway, you can't say what that car was doing for that time whenever you weren't looking out the window. The records are the same way. So whenever I have a record, I can make an estimate based on the tower and sector that was used. But if there's no use for a period of time, I can't make an estimate during that period of no use.
And again, does the cell phone always select the geographically closest tower?
No, it's going to select the strongest signal that it sees.
But so a phone, even if it doesn't select the closest tower, it will select a tower within the coverage area. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why we conduct a drive test, is because a phone, in order to utilize a tower and sector, has to be able to see that tower and sector at the location where it is.
So regardless of the phone selecting the closest or a slightly more distant tower, the phone's approximate area can still be estimated, correct?
Yes.
We've been talking about cell records.
Salty.
Are you
DB
familiar with
wants you to
Google
replay
location
that.
records?
I am.
Can you go back a couple minutes?
You want me to do what DB wants me to do? I'm teasing. Yes, sir. We will certainly do it. Yeah, Danger. I've taught you and so many times and conducted experiments, and we've done all kind of shit together. So Danger and I and Firefly, we go way, 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 way back. Okay, we're but yeah, I mean, the sheath kind of does matter being in there, hun. I don't, unless we go with it was planted or stolen from him, or Kopaka took it when he jumped out of the car and ran in the house. That's the rabbit holes I had to get away from with this case, because what it's going to come down to, Ann's not brought up Kopaka, Ann's not brought up anything else but the actual evidence that they do have. So, people want to know, well, how'd the sheath get in there? Maybe he carried it in there. So DB wants to go back a little bit. Okay.
Let's go back like 2 minutes and re-listen to that.
Okay.
But
Let me
so
know,
a phone,
DB, if
even if
that
it
was
doesn't
far
select
enough.
the closest tower, it will select a tower within the coverage area. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why we conduct a drive test, is because a phone, in order to utilize a tower and sector, has to be able to see that tower and sector at the location where it is.
So regardless of the phone selecting the closest or slightly more distant tower, the phone's approximate area can still be estimated, correct?
Yes.
We've been talking about cell records. Are you familiar with Google location records?
I am.
Can you describe what they are?
So Google provides a service that includes location history. And so if a user opts into location history, then Google records locations where a device that is opted in has been located historically.
How does Google identify the location of a device?
A few different ways. One way is at any given time, also via Wi-Fi. And so what that means is the phone is utilizing the Wi-Fi in an area to determine an estimated location. And then also via cellular signal, which is where Google was giving an estimate based on the cellular towers that a phone sees.
Talking about the Wi-Fi connection through Google, does the device need to connect to a Wi-Fi access point for Google to know that location?
No. And if some of you have seen where you'll get a notification on your phone, turn on Wi-Fi to better estimate your accuracy, doesn't necessarily need to be connected to a Wi-Fi access point. Google, as a part of the information that they maintain, they have information on a lot of different Wi-Fi access points and where they're located. So as an example, if my phone, I'm nearby a Wi-Fi at a McDonald's, if Google knows where that Wi-Fi at the McDonald's is and knows that my phone sees that Wi-Fi, I don't need to be connected to it for Google to make an estimation that I'm close to where that McDonald's is.
Do the Google location records reflect information on the accuracy of their records?
Yes. So Google provides a margin of error associated with each line in their location record.
Have you used Google location information as part of investigations in the past?
I have. I've used it to locate devices on numerous occasions in the past.
Speaking to both cellular records and Google location records, are you able to pinpoint?
Danger, what do you mean? Do we have a murder weapon determined? Well, they said it was a knife, gouges and stabbing and cut. You know what I mean? What do you mean? Like, they weren't shot. We may not have the weapon, but do we have the murder weapon determined? They say it was blunt force, well, you know what they said.
Sharp force.
Sharp force.
Trauma.
That would lead me to believe
Yes.
knife, not a screwdriver, not a pair of scissors, not with those types of wounds, not your average kitchen steak knife or your average kitchen scissors aren't going to cause those types of wounds. So, and the fact that a K-bar sheath was left there, and then you take a look at the types of wounds, it's not too far-fetched to determine probably that it was a knife.
The exact location of a phone?
No. My estimate is based on the records that I'm reviewing, and depending on what those records are, that's going to affect how precise I can say on my estimate of a general location of a phone.
And are you able to pinpoint the exact location of a person?
Exactly, DB. And if that phone was off, they don't know where that phone was, right? I mean, could they, especially if it was placed somewhere in an off position, okay, say they can, if your phone is turned off and they can still determine a GPS type location, would you leave that phone in stationary somewhere to make it look like, well, my phone is here, so you can tell me that's my car down that highway all you want to, but you can't prove that's my car, and here my phone is down here, though. I think that's what we're coming down to in this case.
With cellular records?
No, I'm looking.
Because can we all just be honest? Does it make sense for that phone to be offline for just 2 hours? For it to be on when he left the house, to be on for a while, and then it's off and then back on?
Well, okay, here's the thing. Because he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So when you look at that evidence, you have to look at that evidence in that light. That just because his phone was off does not mean that he was there at the scene of the crime. And I'm just saying
No, it
that,
doesn't. And you're right. But it also is odd that you leave your home and your phone is on. And then for those 2 hours, it's off. And then it comes right back on as you're leaving town.
Yeah, it's odd. It's odd, but
odd.
is it proof beyond a reasonable doubt?
No,
If you're on the
nothing.
jury?
Like I've told everybody a gazillion times in this case, I can scream from the rooftops. I don't know if this guy did it, but the evidence is stacking up, no matter what. You know, and
Yes.
We don't know that it was a K-bar used, but I'm willing to bet it probably was, since the sheath was a K-bar sheath. Unless Dylan planted the K-bar sheath there with her boyfriend's DNA all over it.
Primarily at devices that
And don't even get me started on the touch transfer DNA. We already know it can happen. I can bring up the case and show you where it was happened, but you got to prove that in court. You can't just walk into court and say, that just transfer, that's just touch. No, it's not. We touch everything we touch has got DNA on it, but you better explain it. If I'm the prosecution and you walk in there and tell me that's not my knife sheath, then when did you own it? Did you sell it? Did you swap it? Did you go to knife shows? Give me some receipts on when you got rid of that knife. I mean, there's just, I can't, I try to look at things logically, and I might lean one way or the other, and I might feel they have a lot of probable cause, but there's just too many oddities in this case stacking up against this guy. And I no longer listen to the crazy channels out there who want to show me a blurry ass picture and tell me it's Santa's dead body laying on a bed when it's just a blob of a picture. Why can't you show me a clear image then if you've got it? Why are you trying to put out footage and claim there's a fight and here's what's going on and little arrows pointing to things and the image is completely blurry and people bought that shit hook, line, and sinker? I watched people for a week and a half sit there and watch Linda Lane footage and not one time look at that white sedan circling its prey. All they cared about was that pickup truck and some shadows and Dylan and the dog jumping in it. And it never happened. Thank God Jules spoke up finally and told them they were all full of shit. End rant. I'm going to drink my coffee while this plays.
They're reporting to different providers, not specifically a person. I think that's a common mistake. Whenever I'm evaluating records, I'm attempting to locate where the phone was. Now, granted, that could very well be in the pocket of the person that's associated.
No, we don't know if it was on, but the PCA said it was turned off. Ann's not disputed that the phone wasn't off for those 2 hours. He was out driving around. That's what's 2 hours, according to her.
Associated with,
out there with no cell coverage.
But I'm not locating a person. I'm locating a device.
And do you regularly use cellular telephone technology and this Google location technology in your work?
Yes, on a daily basis.
Have you ever provided instruction in the field of historical cell site analysis?
I have. I've conducted numerous CAS basic courses throughout the United States, and then I've done presentations throughout the United States and Mexico and in the United Kingdom.
And have you ever provided expert testimony on this subject matter in the past?
I have.
Speaking about the records we've talked about, in addition to that, does CAST use any other type of records other than what we've been discussing?
So yes, CAST uses basically any of the records that we can obtain via a search warrant, and different providers provide different types of data sets that we can utilize. And primarily what that gives me is if there's a...
Y'all, I know there was no proof yet the phone was turned off. But Ann has not disputed that phone was off. It wasn't touching a network because he was out there stargazing, driving around to explain the 2 hours of the phone being off. I get it. I honestly get it. But it's odd. And, I can look at it both ways. Like, legit, I can see it both ways. But I'm going to argue with people about it. The phone, nobody has come out and stated beyond a reasonable doubt fact that phone was turned off, powered off, device off. No, they haven't. But it was offline for 2 hours, and Ann has never said that it wasn't. She just said he was out riding around, that's why.
A record that has a specific line that has a date and time, I can give an estimate where a phone was located.
Did you receive any records like that in this case?
Yes, but
I don't know that the PCA is off or irrelevant. I mean, I know what they were saying in court and all, but it's the probable cause affidavit. So how can you switch your basis on helping you get your search warrants to arrest your guy? So I don't know what people. I still, after 2 years, can't figure out what everybody's huge problem is with that PCA except statements. Like I said, I'm gonna get the PCA back out, and I'm gonna map those times. And the only thing I care about that PCA telling me, I don't give a shit where all these roommates were be up all these hours ahead of time and all this. Give me the phone ping times. Give me the videos you claim you have times, and I'm gonna show you they match up. Whether it's his car or not, I do not know still. So y'all don't think that I'm over here telling y'all he's guilty. I'm just asking you to think logically. And I know a lot is out of receiptless channels.
not
Make it don't make sense. I don't know how to read a document.
none that were used as part of my reporting.
Agent, you did mention that you did examine records in this case.
Yes.
What records did you examine?
So numerous call detail records associated with multiple phones, as well as Google location history.
Are the
Dan,
records
stop
you
playing
relied
with
upon
me.
to create this report voluminous?
They are.
And did you prepare a report that would summarize your findings that were relevant to this investigation?
I did.
Did you prepare this report in anticipation of testifying in this trial?
I did.
Do you believe that this report would aid the jury in understanding the various cell phone records you reviewed?
I do.
Was your report peer-reviewed by another member of CAST?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 156, which is a thumb drive. Courtesy copy has been provided to court and counsel.
He just got asked, was his work peer reviewed by another member? And he said, yes. So to Ann Taylor and Cy Ray saying whatever work Nick did wasn't wrong, it was interpreted wrong. I want to see Nick's work. Forget Maury's work. Forget his little cast viz upload shit. He uploaded what Nick gave him and then created the map. So let's just take all that out of the side, since none of us believe he knew what he was doing. Let's see Nick Balance's full report itself. Like Ann wanted it, she finally got it. I want to see it now. And if it was going to prove what she said her client was
Agent
doing,
Balance,
why
do you
does she want it
recognize
thrown
State's
out?
Exhibit 156?
I do.
What is it?
It's a USB drive that I initialed that contained a copy of my report.
And have you reviewed the content of that thumb drive?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the report you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, based on the witness's testimony and pursuant to Rule 1006 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence, we ask that this report be admitted into evidence as a summary exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, there won't be an objection, but I do need to have a sidebar with counsel in the court prior to proceeding.
Okay, let's go ahead and take up a sidebar, the request of defense for a moment, Mr. Wood. All right, we had a.
So I think we all got the gist of what Nick Balance is and what he's about and the types of things he will testify to if he is called into court. And I don't see why he wouldn't be called, since they keep bringing him up in the Idaho case, in the Idaho 4 case. And he is that guy out of that region to conduct these types of tests and the cast and all that. He's the go-to guy there. So it's just going to be interesting to see how all that plays out and where Ann and Cy take it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm with you, Joe. If you listen to the two experts weigh in, Cy wasn't real convincing to me. He made a few good points, but he still was not convincing to me about anything. And that's what I look for. I don't need Ann telling me, and I don't need, Thompson telling me, but I need some experts to come in and tell me what's what. Yeah, he takes pride in his work, and like Nick, or we heard Cy Ray say earlier, he knows this guy. They used to work together, So, shady they didn't show it They don't have to show everything by the time they do the PCA. And is this the only sometimes I wonder if this is people's introduction into true crime is this case. Have y'all followed court records before? Have you followed like a trial before, like beginning to end, different things of that nature? Because sometimes I get that feeling that's where people are with this case. And me knowing how much shit, and I'll just say it like that, was out there for the first year. I mean, for 8 solid months, WSU Mom Kim was platformed on every channel that would have her. She demanded to go up on panels, and people would bring her up because she was all that she would bring in the clicks and views. And boy, her story grew taller on down the line like some REO Speedwagon shit. And the more that came out, the more she added to her story, which only was fueled by Steve coming out in the very beginning questioning law enforcement. You know, and if he had never have done that, would anybody have ever questioned him? There would have been those few that were reading documents going, it don't make sense, make it make sense. What does this word mean? Go look it up, damn it. We got dictionaries. You know, she was no help to anyone. And I don't know where she is now. I've asked her a gazillion times to come on panel, and we can be women and we can have an actual conversation, but she won't do it. She ducks me every time. She even told me one time in chat, Salty, you're swatting me. Swatting is an interesting word to use, Kim, is what I came back with. I'm sticking to facts anymore with this case, whether I'm referring to due process. The due process has been met with Kohberger. Everything, well, it was in the beginning of Idaho, and people decided to flip and be like, oh, well, it's about his constitutional right. And he got all of them. And I couldn't get one person from my Idaho community to come look at Delphi with me, not one single freaking person. But here we all are screaming constitutional rights over here in Kohberger's case. That's what we're here for. But they could give a shit about Rick Allen's. He was the one tossed in prison. He was the one being guarded by some damn Odinist. He was the one fed drugs that he didn't know what he was getting. He was the one over there making all these crazy ass confessions. Meantime, and coming to court in shackles and chains and dirty clothes. Meantime, Kohberger's propped up in a county jail, getting his vegan meals. His lawyers didn't get removed from the case because the judge didn't like what they were saying. So all of Kohberger's rights to this point have been met. So nobody can say they haven't been. You know what I mean? So it's no longer about protecting Kohberger's rights, because Ann Taylor has made sure they have been protected every step of the darn way. And I'm telling you, if the things that went on in Delphi went on in Idaho, it would set the internet on fire. And I hate that. I hate it with a passion. I honestly do. Because I will not be a one-show channel. I won't be a one-case channel. To me, that's not true crime. Then I become a mouthpiece, and I'm nobody's mouthpiece. I don't want no prosecutors or a defense reaching out to me to get information out there. I'm not your girl. That's going to blur my vision and cause all kind of trouble. Not doing it. I'm going to come out here and talk about true crime the way I would for the past 30 years. I'm going to talk about defendants the way I would for the past 30 years. I'm going to weigh the options. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at that. You know, I'm going to be logical about it. I'm going to try to be as fair as I can. And I wish everybody could get there, you know, but if this is literally your first time in true crime, is this case, boy, are you in for a huge surprise going forward. Seriously, you are. Because I really question whether people have ever read a court document before they read the first Idaho document. They're like, what does this mean? What does that mean? Why are they using this language? Why are they use their language, people? Go read some other PCAs, you'll find out. You know, why is Ann Taylor doing that? Do y'all know how many damn discoveries were filed in Chad Daybell's alone? The same amount that was done over here in Idaho. And don't forget, they took DP off the table for Lori because Idaho prosecution failed to turn over discovery. So I've never been worried that Idaho wasn't going to give Ann all her discovery on time, because they know damn well if they don't, they're going to get sanctioned. And Judge Hippler will sanction them in a fucking heartbeat, because Ada County is where Lori's trial was held, and Chad's. He ain't judge. So if the prosecution wants to keep playing around and not hand over discovery, you can bet your ass they're going to get sanctioned, and they're going to take the DP completely off the table. She's arguing that they got to her client by going backwards, No, don't be whatever your name is. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking to a lot of people. I don't know who else is listening to this channel. Right now it shows me I got 21 in here. Another one shows me I got 58. By the time it's over, it might tell me I got 200. I don't know who I'm talking to. I'm talking as a whole in general. Like, this case became so polarizing. People were doxing other people for simply disagreeing. That's not cool. You can agree to disagree, and I know the facts of the case, and because I said the phone was off, that's because the police think the phone was off. That nobody's proven that to me yet, but it's odd. Ann has not disputed that phone was not pinging for 2 hours. Instead, she claims he was out riding around in an area without cell phone service. So the phone obviously wasn't pinging to anything. So was it on or was it off? We don't know. Was he really out driving around for 2 hours in the opposite direction of where he was originally headed? We don't know. I'm just saying, people come in with a lot of things that are not backed up in court documents with this case. And I got to a point where I had to put the brakes on and say, no more, for me personally. And it's unfortunate that I turned on a YouTube channel the other day, and I'll be damned if they still weren't going down the same rabbit holes of what really happened in Idaho and how all of them are watching it unfold on their cell phones from the grub truck. I'm like, y'all still talking about that for real? You don't think Ann Taylor was emailed all that nonsense 1.5 years ago? Because she was. I know all the accounts on Twitter and YouTube. Well, I'm emailing this to Ann. I've sent Ann this. Ann got all your stuff, people. What'd she do with it? What did she do with it? She didn't use it, obviously, because she hasn't brought any of it up. She's not brought up those frat fights one time. She ain't brought up, Jack D did it one time. None of that. He could have been juggling kittens in a pool of chocolate. It doesn't matter. The state will have to prove it. The state's got to prove it. I'm just saying, I don't know why people automatically scream he's innocent. This is not like in the Rick Allen case. I never screamed Rick Allen was innocent. I said, you better show me more. And they didn't. Every time they tried to show us more, it just brought up more questions, right? The only questions I really have in this case is the accuracy of the phone data. What's it really going to show me? Especially with the confusion over his phone. I know in my heart of hearts that dude took that phone for a fucking reason, because he knew what he was doing, if he's your guy. What about the tunnels? What about them? The secret door from Bethany's room, right, that snuck down to the tunnels where everybody was coming in and out at, and that's how the killer got in and got out. Oh, yeah. I didn't see no tunnels when that house got torn down. I've heard it all with Idaho, and not one damn receipt for any of it. And then the sad part is every single person, every single college kid in Idaho tied to those students have been doxxed by social media. Their pictures, their names, their relationships to the victims. She did it, he did it, he was in on it, they did it, they knew about it. Like, really? Y'all think Ann Taylor's that damn stupid that she's going to ignore all that if there's anything to it? I can't, you know what I mean? I don't think that she would ignore any of that if she's got investigators who probably have looked into that stuff that was sent to them. There were pictures of packages on Twitter. Ann Taylor's name all over. This is going to Ann Taylor. Ann got it all. Her investigators got it all. I'm sure they looked into all of it. Why wouldn't they? They wouldn't be effective counsel if they didn't look into it, right? So apparently nothing came out of any of it, or she would have brought that up as part of her defense, I would think. Well, who said I'm not talking to you? Don't be H8 in whatever your name is. I can't be H8 in. I'm sorry, I got the wrong glasses on. I'm not talking directly to you. I'm kind of just on a little soapbox preaching right now. We are not going to see anything until court, until trial. Right now, we all have reasonable doubt. And let me tell you, I'm in Florida where they preach reasonable doubt to your jurors, and we let Casey Anthony walk free because they could not prove her case beyond a reasonable doubt. So I get it. And I get where you're coming from, but we haven't got to trial yet. So we can't, they have circumstantial evidence. I know that. They got probable cause, but that's all they got right now. That doesn't mean they don't have anything. And the state being transparent. Well, you know what? Ann Taylor agreed to the gag order for a reason. Early on. But Ann likes to walk into court now and demand certain things be unsealed. Why only certain things, Ann? Why not the whole case? Why did you agree to a gag order? I think people forget that. The state didn't impose that gag order all on their own. Ann Taylor's like, yes, let's do this gag order. We need to protect the integrity of this case, because they know damn well if we could see all that evidence, we're going to be sitting right here scrutinizing the shit out of it. And we would. That's what we do. I just wish people would keep an open mind like I'm trying to do. I'm not saying the guy's guilty, and I won't be come at because I make a comment that might lean toward guilt or an innocent. You know what I mean? I'm just sometimes I try to work things out in my head and I talk out loud about it, and I expect you guys to do the same thing. You're focusing on facts. Speculation drives me crazy, dude. And speculating that the state is just lying and hiding is, to me, speculation on that. But there's a gag order in place, so how can we say the state's hiding things? Shit, Ann Taylor's over there hiding things. She picks and chooses what she wants to tell us in court. Pay attention to that. You got to pay attention to what she says and how she says it. And right now, she's the only one we're getting to hear from. And that is her job, is to walk into that hearing and put that reasonable doubt out there, right? And I don't know. Laugh out loud. In my opinion, the spiciness came out for that one creator. What are you talking about? Did I get spicy about somebody? I mean, I did, but I'm not going to talk about it right now. I don't know if you're talking about me or somebody else. But yeah, it's just this case got so crazy so fast, and it's just gotten to the point where, trying to talk about the facts that are coming out in court and that comes out in the court documents becomes something else. And that, what is Ann hiding? What discovery is she hiding from? She's not hiding anything from the state. That's not what I meant. But she's picking and choosing what she talks about in open court for you to hear. That's what I mean. That's what I meant by that. Because she's got the floor right now. She gets to have all the state has to do nothing but wait to trial, right? With all their evidence. Ann stated in court she had everything on the car, including all the camera footage. She said that months ago. And if y'all actually go back and review the hearings, like I said, you can see it was the FBI stuff they continued to try to get. And as that discovery would come in, she'd say, okay, well, you know what? Now I want that too. Oh, y'all had notes and email exchanges. I want that now too. Here we go with another discovery. That's what was happening. You can go back and read the whole case file on it and see that play out. So that's the facts of the case. I don't mean that Ann's hiding stuff, well, come out with this alibi thing about riding around with the moon and stars and stuff, but you say, but the state's own evidence is going to prove my client was riding around. But yeah, you know what? I want to throw that out of court. We don't want to look at that. That's weird. I'm just looking at comments, guys. I just sometimes I want to have a logical conversation about it, and I don't want to talk about things that aren't based in the court documents anymore, because it got so horrible. And just like in Delphi, the victims are lost, and everybody's like, well, it doesn't matter about the victims. Well, if we weren't for victims, we wouldn't be here. I had somebody tell me the victims shouldn't even be brought up in court. Really? Because if it wasn't for the damn victims, we wouldn't be in court. Why can't they be brought up? Gonna sway the jury because we talk about the people who died? Isn't that what we're here for? You know what I mean? It's weirdness to me. Adults are weird. Yeah. But I appreciate all you guys being here, and I'll get off my soapbox now. I don't mean to get that way. There's a lot of times this case can be a little bit triggering because I have heard it all, and I've had, everybody want to dispute that this guy even did it at all. They won't even entertain he possibly could have done it. I entertained the fact that Rick Allen possibly could have done it, but there was no real evidence other than some weird ass zoomed in footage and other inconsistencies in the state's case. I'd never walk into a case and go, oh my God, he's innocent, and I'm just going to be all that all the way through. And that is what happened in Idaho. And if for the longest time you couldn't come out on a channel and do a show that even talked about his guilt without everybody coming after you. And I mean everybody. And it was horrible. And I'm not the only one who went through it. So I'm speaking up for all those who catch hell for even entertaining the fact that he might have done it. You know what I mean? It still doesn't prove anything. And I'm not trying to change y'all's minds or tell you what to think or any of that. Yeah, I mean, Danger, if you watch that whole thing like Joe and I did, and when I got sick of Idaho, and I got sick of watching everybody scream about Kohberger's rights or being violated when they weren't, and all the doxing that was going on against people and the hate, I'm going to go check on Abby and Libby because they meant the world to me. The victims matter to me way more than the defendants do. I want their basic rights protected, and if they did it, by God, prove it to me. If they didn't, prove that to me too. So while I'm over there trying to make sure Abby and Libby get justice, things died down in Idaho because there wasn't a lot of movement in the courts. But the minute there's movement in the courts, there's movement on Twitter, there's movement on YouTube. And if y'all don't think for 1 second, Delphi has proven it. Leaks are occurring. People are being reached out to put out certain information. You need to pay attention to that. There's one channel I know of right now who is absolutely being used to put out information, who flipped their switch like a fucking on and off like nobody's business. Innocent. Oh, nope, now he's guilty. Because I'm talking to certain people. I don't want to talk to nobody. I'll make up my own mind. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to people involved with the case because that's weird to me. Yeah. I'm looking at the things here, the chat. Sorry guys, I don't mean to offend any of you. That is not my intention. It just gets to a point with this case where I don't know. I don't know how to explain it anymore.
Damn it, you're going to be like Sarah Boone. It wasn't my intention to kill him in the suitcase.
My intention might be to let people know that over here I can't entertain the bullshit, and if that makes people upset, then I can't help it.
And we can't have an echo chamber. You don't have an echo chamber. I don't have an echo chamber. And
No, and I'm not going to sit here and put out some BK's innocent content so that I get clicks and views. We just had Publicly Buzzed on what, Joe, a month ago, talking about this very subject, and he admitted he did the same thing because that's what was happening back then. The crazier the story that you could put out on Idaho 4, the more clicks and views you were getting. People built their channels on the backs of the victims of this case. And only a few of them are willing to admit it and change their ways about it. Only a few. And I think Publicly Buzz is probably the only one that I have seen come out and publicly even state that. I've had behind the scenes chat with one creator who absolutely knows he did it and is sorry he did it, but won't come out and tell the public that. And I think that's crap. You know, I know for a fact YouTubers, where we have the proof, we're getting together behind the scenes to put out horrible stories and information, bad information on this case, to make Brian Kohberger look innocent, to make the crowd come over and click and view. That's the only way to get a click and view in Idaho back then, was to say this guy was innocent. I won't do it. I'm going to tell you I'm 50-50 and don't know. But I'm going to discuss both sides of the case, just like I would with any other defendant, like I've said. I can't understand for the life of me why this guy is off limits. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, the absolute polarized viewpoints don't make sense to me because we don't know. We don't know.
Excuse me. Yeah, Firefly, we have a problem with an untested DNA. I had a problem with untested DNA in Delphi, so I would absolutely have the same problem here. I'm not going to pick and choose and be like, oh, well, it's okay in Idaho, but not in Delphi. No, ma'am, I agree with you. Like Dolphin and I went down this deep dive about this, though. How old was that blood, right? Did it only show up with luminol? Was it degraded? Was it contaminated? All these things play a factor. And we watched a piece earlier about the criteria to upload in CODIS. It's got some very specific wording in there, and in relation to the crime scene and all these different things go into play about what can. So there's a lot of factors that go into that blood. I want to know, how old was it? Was it so dried y'all couldn't see it with the naked eye? You know how the latent footprint didn't show up until you illuminated it? Was that blood the same way? How fresh was that blood? The glove outside, I don't know what to make of that. Did it get tossed out the window as the perpetrator was driving off? Was it the victim's blood on that glove? I don't know. But it should have been investigated. I 1000% agree with that, because that takes away questions, right, that we would have. Yeah, show us that they were investigated. But if they weren't, show us why. If they weren't investigated, then show why. You know, we got aggravated with that in Delphi. Oh, he's cleared. Oh, we've lost their interview. Oh, it got recorded over. Oh, Dan Doolin's report. We don't know what the fuck Dan Doolin did. You know, I get it. This case is not near as messy as Delphi got. This investigation's not anywhere near as messy as Delphi got. And I really wish the people of Idaho would have went and watched the Delphi a little closer. I really do wish that, but they didn't. And I tried my best to get them to, but they just wouldn't do it. So, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. But they damn well should have tested all DNA that was relevant, especially blood. You can't go testing all the DNA of that house. We know it was a party house. We know there were beer bottles, and there were the red Solo cups were sitting around everywhere. There was a damn big handprint on the window. We could see it, you know. You can't test all of that. You cannot even run all that through CODIS. It's illegal to run.
Didn't they also go into the living room to collect evidence?
We have video images from the news media who zoomed in through the window, and they are in that living room hot and heavy collecting something. Whether was it blood that the roommates or Hunter ran through. Say Hunter ran to Ethan's door, got it open, ran out and went to run upstairs to check on the other girls. That's when the doors got opened. Did he track blood into the living room? You're in a hurry. You're trying to check on everybody. Is that why they were in there? Did an attack begin in that living room on one of our victims? And there's something in that living room that they're doing on the floor. They're not touching the cups and the beer bottles. They're taking swabs from the floor. I've got videos out on that. So there was a thorough, swabbing of that house, if you will. But you can't go in there and test every single DNA. And even if you tried, they will not let you run all through CODIS. You have to, there's specific criteria, even if it came within the crime scene. The relation, I'm not going to explain it again because the guy explained it earlier on the news piece we watched. But, do we agree with it or not? It is what it is, But I would like to know why they didn't test him either. If it was old blood and they know that, that's different. Yeah, it was Chris who found the glove outside. Chris also got some facts wrong on a show last night or the night before about a few things too. So did he put the glove out there to find himself? Look what I found. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Firefly. Yeah, we heard there was a glove in the backyard, but I never saw paperwork on that either, Donnie. I don't know. We seen the picture of the one out front that Chris, wanted the world to know he's seen and found that the cops didn't find, which I don't see how the cops would have missed it. And it was a black glove. Was it one of the crime scene analysis gloves that fell? You know what I mean? As they took them off, did it fall to the ground and they just didn't pick it up or think? I don't know. They show you at trial with the proof that they investigated the other DNA. You think they did, Firefly? Do you think they investigated it to an extent? I mean, do you think they ran, did they do IgG on those other profiles they found? And then did they lead back to not a match to that sheath? Because, or I even heard a damn creator tell, what was it, Joe? Was it you and I where a creator it was something I was watching and he wondered if BK, and I didn't agree, but I thought it was very, very careless to put out there. But so this is not facts, guys. This is me telling you what I heard somebody say. Did BK carry in alternate evidence to set up the crime to look like others were with him? Because when he got arrested, he said, "Did you arrest anybody else yet? I can't wait to be exonerated." So then I was like, so this guy honestly believes that Kohberger went into the house with other DNA samples from wherever and planted it in the home to throw things off. Like, that's the shit I can't get behind. You know what I mean? Receipt. That's not even a theory I thought of, I don't think he went that far. I just don't. They said in one of the last hearings about the glove blood, did she say it was in the backyard? Oh, I get the wrong one there. This was just the last two hearings, so she brought up those other DNAs. The blood on the railings she brought up, and the blood on the glove, but I don't remember her saying it was from the backyard. I'll have to go back and review I might have missed that part. And if it was in the backyard, that's no surprise to me. Pick it up and test that blood. Was it victim's blood on that glove? We have to ask ourselves that. Yeah. Exactly. He would still be implicated. So I don't agree with that. That was one of the most insane things I'd seen. Well, I can't say it's the most insane thing I've seen, but it's one of the most craziest things I've seen somebody say about. Uh-oh, hold on. I just got a message and I'm not sure what that meant. I think, hold on guys, I'll be right back. Guys, I'm gonna cut this off. My two oldest children's grandmother just passed away. She hasn't been doing good, and I need to go. I need to go be there for my kids. Okay.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, she's my ex-mother-in-law. We had an amazing relationship. I loved her to death. She hasn't been my mother-in-law in a long, long time, but she's my baby's grandma, and they were very, very close to her. And I know my son is probably, yeah, I need to go. So,
Yeah.
thanks,
Sending
guys.
you all of our thoughts and prayers. And
Thank you. Thank you.
positive energy.
I appreciate it. Everybody, thanks for coming in and putting up with my rant. You know, I don't mean to be bitchy. I know I don't feel good a little bit, and I might have got a little sideways, and I apologize if I did. If I ran anybody off, I apologize for that too.
You're salty for a reason.
Can't help
And
it.
that's why we love you. We do.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in, and I will see you guys probably on Salty Sunday, okay? I don't know that I will. Let me see how things go about tomorrow as far as our show, but I'll let you guys know, okay?